Good morning everyone and welcome to the hearings for the draft Dunedin Future Development Strategy, and we're going to commence proceedings with a karakia. Great, thanks very much for that. And before we do some introductions, we have a health and safety briefing.
Kia ora. If we have an emergency, please exit out that door there and go straight ahead to the exit and down the stairs there. Do not use the wooden stairs unless that exit is you can't get out there. We have security here if there's any issues during the day. Toilets are on the right-hand side as you go out through the main door. And in regards to the microphones, just a refresher, when you turn yours on, somebody else's microphone, except for the chairs and mine, will go off. So please wait for the person to finish speaking before you either attempt to answer or speak. And I think that's it.
All right, so we'll do some introductions. My name's Rob Van Voorthausen. I'm an Independent Hearings Commissioner based in Napier in the Hawke's Bay. And perhaps if we can go around the table, and Councillor Noon, if we start with you.
Thank you. Andrew Noon, Otago Regional Councillor.
Cherry Lucas, Dunedin City Council Councillor.
I'm Jennifer Lapham, Jenny, and I'm the Governance Support Officer.
Kia ora, Jim O'Malley, Dunedin City Councillor.
Morena Kate Wilson, Otago Regional Councillor.
And maybe the staff who are present at the front table. Mr. Garbett, do you want to introduce your team?
Kia ora koutou. Good morning everybody. My name's Michael Garbett. I'm Council for Dunedin City Council. With me is Ms Kindiak, assisting from Anderson Lloyd.
Good morning, Bede Morrissey, DCC Policy Planner.
Kia ora, Emma Christmas, Senior Planner, DCC.
Kia ora, Patricia McLean, Otago Regional Council.
All right, thank you very much for that, and welcome to all of you. So Jenny circulated a schedule for the day and she'll update that as we go. There is one amendment today, so submitter Karen Anderson, who was scheduled to appear this afternoon, is no longer appearing. She's ill, so she will be appearing on Tuesday the 9th of April instead. And so the first item on our agenda this morning is to hear from the Dunedin City Council and the Otago Regional Council. Mr Garbett has circulated legal submissions and he will now read them out to us, and then we'll see if any questions arising from the legal submissions before we turn to the officers. Mr Garbett.
Yes, good morning Commissioners and members of the panel, and thank you for hearing from us. We did pre-circulate those legal submissions, but I'm aware you've now got copies, so I'll just take some time to go over those, and obviously if you have questions, feel free to ask those as we go. So we're here obviously to consider the Future Development Strategy. That's a document prepared jointly by Dunedin City Council and the Otago Regional Council. What I outline in my submissions is an overview of the statutory framework in which this document has been developed, provide you guidance on what I say is your role as the joint hearing panel, set out the Dunedin City Council's approach to its long-term plan, which has changed since the FDS was notified, and set out some of the key issues that we see and respond to some of the legal issues they raise. So firstly, in terms of the legal framework, we're dealing with this document under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, the NPSUD. And I've gone through the specific requirements that it sets out that this document must address in paragraphs 4 and following. So the document must be updated every 6 years, so it's not a document that sits in time forever. This is a document that's established and then must be reviewed every 6 years. DCC and ORC are Tier 2 local authorities and must produce this document jointly, which they've done. The purpose of the FDS is set out in clause 313 subparagraph 1, which is critical to your sort of discussions really, to promote long-term strategic planning by setting out how the local authority intend to achieve well-functioning urban environments in its existing and future urban areas. And secondly, provide at least sufficient development capacity as required by Clause 3.2 and 3.3 over the next 30 years to meet expected demand, and also to assist the integration of planning decisions under the Act with infrastructure planning and funding decisions. Paragraph 7 sets out what the FDS must spatially identify, and there's a critical point in A I want to highlight to you. Firstly, the broad locations in which development capacity will be provided over the long term, and I highlight for you will be provided, and I'll come to why that's significant in a moment, in both existing and future urban areas to meet the requirements of 3.2 and 3.3. The development infrastructure and additional infrastructure required to support or service that development capacity, constraints, and a clear statement of hapu and iwi values, aspirations for urban development. In paragraph 8, I set out in full the matters that the FDS must be informed by, and it's a slightly different test from what we're probably used to in considering things like RMA hearings. Informed by is a bit of a different adjective that we sort of normally consider documents respond to, but what I submit informed by is really meaning is that it must consider these things and be respond to them in some way. So the things that the FDS must be informed by is quite a long list. I won't go through it other than I'll highlight A, the most recent Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment, which I'll talk about in a moment, various other parts, and particularly relevant for you, E, feedback received through consultation and engagement, which is really where you're at in terms of considering all the feedback from the community that has been provided, hear from the members of the community, and then you need to determine what changes you might wish to make to the draft FDS. Now this document's required to be established under the special consultative procedure set out in the Local Government Act, and I've moved to paragraphs 9 and 11 of my submissions, where I simply record there the special consultative procedure requires notification of a draft, description of how persons who have an interest have the opportunity to present their views, and obviously that's your role now to consider those. So DCC and ORC have jointly published this draft FDS and called for public submissions on it. It's generated a wide range of submissions and feedback, and as I say, it's now your role to consider that feedback and decide what changes should be made to the draft FDS. So I drop now into what I see as your role under the statutory framework. I firstly point out it is slightly different to a normal RMA hearing, which I'm familiar many of you often sit on, and so do I, so it is a bit different to that. I submit that your function is to consider submissions, feedback and evidence from interested persons. You're to take into account the wider requirements of the NPSUD in relation to achieving well-functioning urban environments and providing at least sufficient development capacity over the next 30 years to meet expected demand. It's your role to decide on any changes to the draft FDS that are considered necessary to better achieve the requirements of the NPSUD. And that's my submission, that's not out of the statute, but what I'm submitting you to do is to consider the draft, hear the feedback, and make any appropriate changes you consider that better achieve the NPSUD. I submit that you should ensure that any changes made to the draft through the hearing process are generally in line with submissions, the statutory framework, and are on the FDS, and by on I mean properly something that the FDS can actually address. And I'll come back to that because there's quite a few submissions on matters that are, we say, irrelevant to the FDS, or matters that the FDS can't or shouldn't properly encapsulate. So that's really the framework I submit that you should be having in your mind when you're considering the matters coming before you. So what then can the FDS consider? I've covered the purpose. It includes achieving well-functioning urban environments, providing sufficient development capacity over the next 30 years. And development capacity is defined, I've set that out in para 18, being capacity of land to be developed for housing and business use, based on the zoning, objectives, policies, rules of the relevant RMA documents, and the provision of adequate development infrastructure. And development infrastructure is again in turn defined as effectively the three waters networks and roading. So in paragraph 19 I say, well, what this means is that it's the broad location of housing and business land and the three waters and roading infrastructure that needs to be demonstrated in the FDS. A number of submissions seek additions to the FDS on a variety of topics which do not fit within this purpose because they are more operational matters relating to existing public assets. A range of examples include requests for operational budget spending on things like footpath upgrades, road sealing, existing road safety improvements or the like. They're all in my submission operational matters that councils ordinarily fund through their operational budgets that a number of submitters have sought. Obviously they're providing feedback and want their footpath upgraded and so on. That's not really something that I say the FDS can and should address. Or there's funding requests for upgrading specific local amenities such as dog parks, horse riding facilities and so on. Again, funding requests at this level of detail are more operational in nature and should not really, in my submission, be added to the FDS. So it's noted that the officers' reports have identified these issues raised in various places and in some instances have identified where the request should be appropriately considered rather than being something that can and should be addressed in the FDS. I turn then to the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. And this is relevant because clause 3.14F of the NPS UD requires that the FDS must be informed by every other national policy statement. And the draft has been informed by a number, including the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. And it's the Council's position that the Highly Productive Land NPS is particularly relevant when we're considering new urban areas proposed, particularly on rural land. And there's a number of submitters who have sought new greenfields urban zoning, of course. So the NPS HPL has a single objective to protect highly productive land for use in land-based primary production, both now and for future generations. This is supported by a number of policies that restrict urban rezoning and subdivision of highly productive land, except in limited circumstances. While the FDS does not directly rezone land for urban use, it identifies location for development capacity that will be provided, and you'll recall I stressed earlier the will be provided, and it's here again, over the long term. Future urban use of highly productive land will require a plan change to rezone it from rural. The existence of highly productive land is therefore a potential constraint on urban use. The views of the officers are supported where it is considered a reasonable degree of confidence should exist when finalising the FDS that urban use of highly productive land is appropriate. Now that's our test. You won't find that in the statute, but what we were trying to reflect to you or to submit to you is that highly productive land and the NPS on highly productive land is pretty prescriptive, and it does have limited exceptions where rural land can be rezoned for an urban use. But what we are saying to you is it's the Council's position that there should be a reasonable degree of confidence that a site can eventually find its way through that NPS to be rezoned, to include it in the FDS. Otherwise, it's pointless. If you identify great swathes of highly productive land to be rezoned for housing, and then a plan change in due course tips them out, it's a waste of time. So we're saying the highly productive land is relevant. It has strong government policy at a national level, and we say there should be a reasonable degree of confidence that any urban rezoning of highly productive land stands, as we've said, a reasonable degree of confidence that it will get through in due course. At the very least, if you are adding new greenfields, rural land for urban use, highly productive land should at least be identified as a constraint on that to be worked through in due course. We think that's the bare minimum to identify that there's a national guidance here. There is a constraint on whatever site you're dealing with that will need to be worked through at zoning stage. I move then to the Water Services Repeal Act, which has been enacted by Parliament since the Future Development Strategy was prepared. So this came into legal effect in February. It enabled councils to defer their long-term plans. ORC are working on their long-term plan at the moment and are still planning to do that this year, is my understanding. But DCC has formally elected to defer its long-term plan until next year, and this year produce an annual plan. And so next year it will produce a 9-year long-term plan. Now that has changed from when the FDS was notified. So while it was originally intended that the FDS and the DCC long-term plan project timelines would be similar, with opportunities to provided to align the content of the two, the FDS will now have to be prepared in advance of the long-term plans, and particularly the DCC long-term plan, because that won't be notified until next year. So the FDS will be used to inform the DCC long-term plan when it is prepared and approved next year. I turn then to a collection of some of the key issues that we've seen that raise some legal issues. Firstly, comment on the Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment. So this sits in the framework that Clause 3.14a of the MPS UD requires the Future Development Strategy to be informed by the most recent applicable Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment, called the HBA. The obligation to prepare an HBA is set out in clauses 319 to 330 of the MPS UD. A housing business capacity assessment must be produced by every Tier 1 and 2 local authority every 3 years in time to inform the development of the FDS and the Council's next LTP. For Dunedin City, the HBAs are undertaken and reported on separately. The FDS has been informed by the most recent HBAs, and these are listed under my paragraph 33A, B and C. Some submitters have asserted that the HBA for housing understates the supply and demand equation, and that additional greenfield sites should be included in the FDS as a result. I note that Mr. Rodney Yeoman, who's produced a piece of evidence on behalf of Dunedin City, I'm assuming that's found its way to the panel, or it's in certainly on the website as relevant information. I just make sure.
Yeah, we've received that. That was circulated along with the officer's recommendation.
Excellent.
Report, so that's good.
Thank you. So he's an independent expert specialising in economic, social and urban form issues. He's provided an independent review of this specialised work. His evidence in my submission should be given significant weight and provide the panel confidence, and submitters also confidence, that the HBAs that have been completed are appropriate and a reliable base to inform the development of the FDS. It is submitted that this hearing and your role is not an opportunity to rewrite or amend the housing and business capacity assessments that have been completed. The updated housing capacity assessment dated October 2023 sets out the methodology, data and the clear assumptions relied on when predicting Dunedin's short, medium and long-term housing capacity and demand. This report also modelled the high growth scenario over the long term and concluded even in that scenario Dunedin has sufficient housing capacity over the short, medium and long term to meet demand. It is submitted that these HBAs are appropriate assessments to inform the FDS. Whether submitters agree or disagree with the methodology used or the assumptions made does not change the position that the HBAs have been prepared by or on behalf of the DCC and the ORC. The October 2023 update has been approved by both the DCC and ORC. The role of the HBAs is now to inform the development of the FDS, and it's submitted that submissions made which challenge the assumptions of the HBAs should be given little weight, and the focus of the hearing panel should be on how the FDS responds to the HBAs that have already been carried out and approved. The next topic that's come through submissions is about the inland freight hub or the inland freight hub. Several submitters have sought that the FDS specifically identifies the location of an inland freight hub. This is led by the submission by Southern Edge Hub Farm Limited and supported by Port Otago and KiwiRail. The officer's report addresses the substance of this. In summary, DCC takes the position, as protagonist of this plan, that the evidence put forward by these parties provides a reasonable basis to conclude that the inland port or freight hub in the vicinity of the Dukes Road industrial area should be added to the FDS as a potential future location. This should be subject to the identification of the likely constraints and investigations about the infrastructure upgrades required in due course. And I note that the officers have set out what their recommendation is, para 193, of those constraints. Rather than the FDS and DCC getting out of the way, as Counsel for Southern Edge Hubs Farm Limited suggests in their legal submissions, the FDS can, and in my submission should, identify this as a potential future location to assist to coordinate and focus infrastructure and constraint investigations in this vicinity. This is the purpose of the FDS, to focus attention and assist to coordinate public infrastructure spending where this is necessary by public authorities to support a proposal such as this. This project, if added to the FDS, will also in due course need to be assessed as part of the DCC long-term plan for any public infrastructure investigations and spending needed to support it. DCC supports the officer's position that the general vicinity is identified. The property of Southern Edge Hub Farms Limited is included in this identified area, but it's not the only property included. This is to enable any constraints to be investigated and managed in that area as the project is developed. So that's one of the submissions and position of council in response. I move then to the connection between some live district plan appeals and this FDS. So some of the sites identified by submitters for residential development are the subject of live appeals in the Environment Court, and I've listed those in the footnote below para 43. It is considered that there's no jurisdictional bar to these sites being considered within the FDS process. This is because the FDS and zoning appeals are considering slightly different issues. The appeals currently before the Environment Court relate to immediate district plan rezoning requests. In relation to the FDS, the sites do need to be considered on the basis of how they might contribute to meeting development capacity needs over the short, medium and long term. So these sites should therefore be considered by you on their merits about whether they should be added to the FDS or not. it's relevant to note excuse me, that the Environment Court has determined that land currently subject to appeals on zoning on the district plan is not currently subject to a council-initiated plan change, which was one of the arguments before the Environment Court. So this means that land that is LUC 1, 2 or 3 within appeal areas is currently in the interim considered as highly productive land, and the restrictive policies in the HPL apply. What I'm on about there is that some of the submitters were arguing that because they were in a current live appeal, the NPS on highly productive land did not apply to their sites because they were engaged in a plan change process. And the court ruled that no, because they'd lodged an appeal, they weren't subject to a council-initiated plan change, and the policies in the National Policy Statement for highly productive land were relevant when their zoning appeals were considered. So we say it's equally relevant that the status of highly productive land, as I've already said, is relevant to your assessment of whether greenfield sites should be added to the FDS when you come to consider those submissions. So to actually, I'm at para 48, to actually rezone any sites containing highly productive land for residential use in the district plan will require both these tests to be met. At the FDS level, it is submitted that any site put forward should at least be able to demonstrate it has a reasonable chance of meeting these requirements. The same too should be said about the infrastructure requirements of those sites that submitters seek to be added for housing. To add housing to provide development capacity in the FDS, the housing proposed should also at least have a reasonable chance of being infrastructure ready. Infrastructure ready for housing is defined in clause 3.4 of the NPS-UD as requiring either in the short term existing infrastructure, medium term funded infrastructure, or in the long term either funded or being recognised in the infrastructure strategy. Without being infrastructure ready, housing does not count towards capacity for a well-functioning urban environment. And for Dunedin City, there is currently sufficient housing capacity over the short, medium and long term, even assuming a high growth scenario, to cater for expected demand. Therefore, the sites that are currently the subject of appeals to the Environment Court that contain highly productive land or are either infrastructure constrained or deficient, in the sense that there is none, simply are not needed to be added to the FDS to achieve the capacity required under the NPS-UD in my submission. So DCC therefore does not support the identification of any of these sites that have been put forward as additional greenfield sites into the FDS to meet Dunedin's future development capacity needs. So in conclusion, it is submitted that the draft FDS has been prepared in accordance with NPS-UD and the special consultative procedure. DCC supports the officer's recommendations made in response to submissions and also supports the changes that officers have recommended to the draft FDS that they've put forward to you. Before I stop speaking, there's one other matter I'd like to address you on, and because it's my only chance, there were legal submissions filed with the panel by Gladstone Family Trust. And there's one matter that raises I do wish to respond to from a legal perspective. Gladstone Family Trust are seeking quite a large area to the south of Mosgiel to be added in the FDS. Their counsel at paragraph 15 argued to you that despite there being no or large constraints on Three Waters infrastructure availability, that their property should be added to the FDS nonetheless, and they say to enable so that debate about the availability of infrastructure does not get to happen because the proposal does not even make it to the FDS stage if there are current infrastructure constraints. What they're arguing is that you should add it to the FDS so that there can be a future debate about provision of infrastructure to this property. And in response to that, what I say is that the FDS is about identifying broad locations in which development will be provided. And I come back to that phrase that I highlighted in my submission. We're talking about areas that will be provided for housing. I'd also remind you that the FDS is about identifying the additional infrastructure needed to support or service that housing development that will be provided. The FDS is not about identifying sites to have a debate about. In my submission, that could be said about any rural property. If we want to have a debate about whether infrastructure is available, we can have a debate. We don't have FDS. The role of the FDS is to identify areas that will be provided for housing and to identify the infrastructure that either will be required to service that development. Not just to put a placeholder in the FDS to preserve the ability to have a future debate about whether there might be some infrastructure upgrades. So in my submission, Gladstone Family Trust are putting to you the wrong test. They're just trying to preserve their options rather than actually convincing you that their site is an area that is required to address the capacity shortfall and where urban development will be provided for in the future. So I say they're not meeting the mark for that reason. So those are the matters I wanted to address you on from the legal perspective. I'm very happy to answer questions on any of that, obviously.
All right, thank you very much for those submissions. They're very helpful and very clearly put. I'll just see if we do have any questions for you, and I'll start at this end of the panel. Commissioner Noon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just on that last matter, are you going to submit a written response to the panel? Thank you. Paragraph 19, you referenced roading infrastructure, or basically the focus in terms of a broad location of housing and business land and the three waters and roading infrastructure that needs to be demonstrated in the FDS as part of this process. In terms of roading infrastructure, is it broader than just the infrastructure? And why I raise the question is that there's a focus on passenger transport, enhanced services, for example, to meet the needs of the future of the city. And so that's my question. Is it broader than just roading infrastructure?
I'll answer that in two parts. The test is, yes, land transport, and it's as defined in Section 5 of the Land Transport Management Act is the actual answer. I'm just calling up that definition to see if it includes public transport, which... You got it? Section 5. Land transport. Yes, so what I'm looking at is the definition of land transport from Section 5 of the Land Transport Management Act, which means transport on land by any means, the infrastructure, goods and services facilitating that transport, and includes coastal shipping and associated infrastructure, and also the infrastructure, goods and services, the primary purpose of which is to improve public safety in relation to the kinds of transport described in paragraph A1, which is transport on land by any means. So it's a very broad definition, and in my submission it would include public transport in there, yes.
Thank you. My other query was around funding, and obviously this process filters through to a direction to both councils in terms of their long-term planning, noting what the city's position is with their long-term plan. Doesn't kick off for another 12 months essentially. And just wondering around the uncertainty that, particularly at the moment, that we live in regarding funding from third parties, and I immediately think of NZTA, for example. I also think of development contributions, I suppose, and just understanding from a legal perspective, how do we manage that in our decision-making process, knowing there is uncertainty that is out there. So we've somehow got to take that into account, I'd imagine.
Yes, it's a very difficult question to provide a clear answer on, in the sense that your role is to identify the urban areas and, to the extent you can, any infrastructure required to support them, or at least, as I've said, identify the constraints, and one of those might be an infrastructure constraint. And so my submission to you is you probably don't need to answer that question, in the sense that you need to identify the type of infrastructure that's going to be required to service or support growth areas. How and who provides that is a subsequent question, and it might be DCC, it might be ORC, it could be a combination of those, or it could be other Crown infrastructure like NZTA, New Zealand Rail, and the list goes on. So my answer directly to your question is probably don't worry about that. Focus on the areas that are put forward for development. Identify the types of infrastructure that you see is required to support those, or the constraints, and then that leaves it for the appropriate funders to use their planning to coordinate and focus on those issues about how that infrastructure may in fact be delivered and over what time frame.
Thank you. In number 38, where you talk about number 38, where people, where various submitters have basically argued that our growth strategy is not necessarily correct. The fact that they don't substantiate, they don't have any evidence about why they object to that, we shouldn't necessarily give weight to that. That's what you're suggesting here.
I'm suggesting a slightly different tack, but I'll come back to your point. My submission is really the FDS is, the housing and business capacity assessments are done. They're a function of the councils, and they've published those and they've approved them. It's not the role of submitters to say, hey, you got that a bit wrong. This panel should either ignore those or rewrite them or make changes to them. We can't be doing that. So the HBAs are done, they're out there, they inform now this step in the process. So where submitters have said, hey, those are all wrong, or they don't quite represent what we think they should, I say don't give those any material weight, because this is not the forum to rewrite those, and I've explained why. Now, the second part is probably a point I didn't make but is relevant, that I'm not aware of any submitter having submitted an alternate housing business capacity assessment to say, hey, we've done all that work that the councils have done and it comes up with a different answer. Or here's the expert that identifies why that's not correct. These are future planning tools, and all of them have assumptions and predictions, and they're clearly set out in the documents, and people can argue about those assumptions, about whether they think they're conservative enough or not conservative enough, but they're transparent, and so that's really what I was saying.
Thank you. That's excellent. In 42, when you're talking about the inland freight hub, and you talk about the wider area, not just the properties that have been identified by Southern Edge Hub Farms and Port Otago, and that's because the whole concept actually hasn't been properly thought through and tested out in terms of the wider area. They may require more land, and so if we make an inclination to include something like this, we shouldn't be necessarily constrained by the properties that those businesses own.
That's principally correct, yes, and Ms Christmas in her report, or part of the report, addresses this in detail, and one of the constraints is highly productive land, and there might be decisions in the future about whether the particular hub is located on LUC of a class. You know, there's a range of classes of land, so we've identified that's a constraint, and what we're suggesting is a little bit of wiggle room in the FDS to say, well, this is the vicinity within that it includes those properties put forward by those submitters, yes, but it's slightly wider, just in case there's a need to adjust or to focus a study area on that slightly wider catchment than just the particular property put forward by particularly Southern Edge Hub Farm Limited. I know they submitted, they just wanted their property included, and for good planning reasons we say it should be wider. We haven't advanced it, but possibly for commercial reasons it might be desirable if there's other properties in there also, but that's not really what we're worried about. We're more worried about the constraints and doing a study in that locality. Yep.
Thank you. My last question, and thank you for detailing about those submitters who are also submitters or appealing to the 2GP, because in my mind I was having conflict of how to come to terms with that. But effectively what you're saying is that for us as a panel, that anybody who's appealing the 2GP and who's also submitted is almost irrelevant, that the fact that they're appealing the 2GP.
I think that's fair to your assessment. Yes, you need to consider their proposal on the merits. Yes.
Well, it's gone red. The first one is, what are the legal implications of the FDS being completed prior to the LTP?
None that I'm aware of. They're running on separate tracks. The FDS is required to inform the LTP. It was set up initially when they were running in parallel so that there could be a pause and they could be aligned, was the thinking at that stage. And that served a useful purpose to be able to have you as a panel to signal these are the areas that we're looking to add or whatever. And the LTP could be prepared sort of in parallel with that. Now, at least DCC is going to be unable to achieve that, so you need to carry on, make your decisions on the FDS as best you can, and signal what the DCC will need to pick that up and consider what funding implications that may have for the LTP.
And the second question deals with the infrastructure being Three Waters and roading. What's the legal obligation of upgrading of infrastructure for Three Waters and roading where intensification of housing is proposed?
So you're asking about, say, in the city, for example, where there's ability for intensification? Yep.
You talked about a range of from greenfields through to where there's already proposed new infrastructure to go in place. But as part of this, a lot of the submitters have talked about, well, we don't have sufficient infrastructure there to have infill housing, and just wanting to understand what the legal implications, if we say, yeah, no, you need to intensify a particular area, where that sits.
Thank you, I understand that. My answer from the legal perspective is it's actually a political decision that goes through to the funding agency. Presumably, if you're dealing with Three Waters in the urban environment, that would be DCC. They would consider that as part of their LTP, and ultimately that's political as to how much money they allocate for which budget line, as opposed to all the other calls on its spending. So I don't think it's a strictly legal answer in terms of a legal liability type issue, other than it would be for DCC to consider that at its LTP stage with an open mind, balance that request against all others, and come up with a long-term plan that it is satisfied with, would be my answer to that.
That leads me to a supplementary on that. We're talking about greenfields development, and at this stage no intention to provide infrastructure. If we're looking at infill housing or intensification of housing and there's no intent to upgrade the services or the infrastructure, does it not sit in the same consideration?
The same consideration in the sense that there's a reasonable prospect of it being upgraded in the future, yeah. Yes, I think that's fair. I would support that. And a reasonable part of the growth or the supply predicted by the FDS is in the urban environment, where there's the existing networks and so on. And it is a consideration for DCC to consider what upgrades it might need to provide over time to service that growth. So yes, that's a relevant and fair consideration, I think.
Thanks for the report. Just one thing I wanted to clarify at the start: the FDS is done every 6 years, but is there a possibility for an interim renewal at 3 years? We're just looking at the time frame of how often you can come back to this. Can be done at every.
Yes, I understand it has to be reviewed every 3 years. Yeah. A review at year 3, yeah, but re-notified at year 6. Yep.
Went off, of course. In that review, is there a public component to that consultation component? It just has a lot of the feel like the Regional Land Transport Plan, which is every 6 years, but the third year there is quite a substantial review that if you didn't know, it would look like it was being done again. It's more a case of just making sure everybody understands that this is something a bit more fluid than maybe people thought it was going into it.
Yes, well, that was the point I made. It's not there forever. It does get reviewed and certainly redone every 6 is the minimum, reviewed every 3. Whether that review is a full public process, I'm just not sure.
It's 3163.
Thank you, 3163. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. So I'm just looking at clause 3.16 of the MPSUD, which sets out the review process. It requires review every 3 years. The review must engage with the development sector and landowners to identify any significant opportunities. and consider the most recent, at that point, housing business capacity assessment. If following the review the local authority decides the FDS does not need updating, it tells the public that. If following the review the local authority decides the FDS does need to be updated, it must follow the same process for consultation as applies to preparing the original one. So the guts of that is it reviews it every 3. If it wishes to change it, it must go through the full public special consultative procedure we're in now, or if it decides it's not wishing to change the FDS, it just notifies the public it's reviewed it and there's no change, and then it has to do it at year 6. Thank you.
If in this particular activity we're doing now in the FDS, we identify greenfield sites, we're not rezoning them. Just want to clarify that.
Yes, I would confirm and agree with that. That's the district plan does the rezoning.
More for other people in the room. Point 18, you talk about 3 waters and transport. What about electricity and communications? Is that telecommunications? I know that those other 2 are under the control of territorial authorities, but theoretically electricity might be as well. Well, maybe that makes you go solar. I'm just reading out about.
Yep. So the question around other network infrastructure such as utilities, power, phone and the like, that falls under clause 3.5 of the MPSUD, which calls on local authorities must be satisfied that additional infrastructure to service the development capacity is likely to be available. So it's a slightly lower test, it's likely to be available, and additional infrastructure is defined in the interpretation section of the MPSUD, including a variety of things: public open space, land transport, which we've already talked about, social infrastructure, schools, healthcare, network operated for the purpose of telecommunications, that's your phone network, a network operated for the purpose of transmitting or distributing electricity or gas, so that's your power network. So there's a need to be considering or turning your mind to whether that's likely to be available.
Let's clarify that. Point 42 is the identification of additional sites for a freight transfer hub. The one that has come up in the paperwork is not in our district, doesn't include the district as an alternative. How do we address that? Are we confined only to the DCC area, or are we confined to activities that affect Dunedin that are outside our area?
I actually think you're constrained to the DCC jurisdictional boundary in terms of identifying sites within the DCC area. I know that the existing strategic plan, I think, referred to a freight hub in Mosgiel or Milton, so it sort of referred off to Milton as a conceivable option, but I don't think the Dunedin City FDS should be identifying a specific site in another district, if that's where you were getting to. If you accepted those submissions and got to the point of saying, well, that is actually a better solution, you might note in the FDS, well, we've determined not to provide it at Dukes Road, Mosgiel, because the better option that we've accepted is in another district. And so that's the reason why we haven't included it in this district. But I don't think you should be going mapping areas in other districts, would be my submission.
Yeah, we'll cover it more on probably Monday, which I think is when those submissions come through in public. But the Regional Land Transport Committee is Otago and Southland because it recognises that freight actually doesn't recognise territorial authority borders. And so I am bringing up an interesting concept here of if an activity is outside our territorial authority, but it hasn't been considered because it's not an a territorial authority. How do we know that we have considered correctly the siting of a site at Mosgiel?
Well, that's the same question as considering any issue. You need to weigh up all the evidence in front of you and what's put forward and evaluate that, really. Yep.
That's good. That could have resources put towards it, but we're not actually looking at whether the resources are there at the moment, which is what you do if the LTP was leading.
I would answer that slightly differently because the FDS must be informed by the LTPs. So we're at a point in time where there's been a raft of infrastructure obviously developed through the city over generations, and there have been previous LTPs with certain issues funded. So the FDS comes along and is informed by the current LTP and whatever's gone before it. The point you're making is the FDS will also inform the next round of LTPs, which I do agree with. But I think the FDS is in the middle. It's informed by the existing LTPs and what's gone on. So it's not in isolation, but and we're at a point in time where the LTP will pick up and be informed by this FDS once you finalise it.
Yeah, actually, you did clarify my question better than what I'd said. That is what I meant. About intensification and provision of infrastructure. In many respects, was that addressed or looked at during variation 2 of the district plan when the city was first looking at the MPSUD?
I would say yes, absolutely. In terms of variation 2 to the district plan was a plan change promulgated by the council to achieve capacity required by the MPSUD, and all of these same assessments were made in notifying and making decisions on the variation 2 submissions and sites, and similarly on resolving a number of appeals that were made against those decisions, which also resulted in a number of sites being added to the district plan for greenfields urban development, lifting the existing capacity. So yes, those considerations were front and centre in making a lot of those decisions.
And that's sort of where you talk about that the LTP is already sitting there with infrastructure provisions, and then you do your planning activity. It may influence the next LTP, but existing provisions are actually very important in the decisions that have been made at the moment.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes, there's a lot of funding in place for servicing existing growth in the city, and as the Commissioner highlighted before, for existing urban areas also. I'm well familiar there's significant capital spending in the LTP currently for that, and probably will be over many years to come.
Kia ora. In the officer's report, it's a question I've got later, but I'm going to ask it of you. The place for yield, the capacity assessment has been very much developed on assumptions of yield in housing lots or provision, and it's not really covered off. It's something that can happen, I presume, in the actual 2GP with plan rules about yield, rather than something where you need to deal with at a higher level. Or is there a place for us to be concerned about that?
My submission, getting down to particularly yield factors, is probably beyond where you need to be. The reason I'd say that is the housing capacity assessments have been done. they will have assumed a particular yield. And as I said previously, it's not really a matter now of saying, well, that's too high or too low, so we're going to retrofit and come up with a different number. Those are there. They're a statutory instrument. They are what they are. And yes, district plans are the delivery mechanism, I suppose, in terms of zoning, or the actual zoning, and what rules might apply to subdivision and residential densities. That's where yield comes in, and people can apply for consents to go outside that, obviously, is also. So I don't think yield really is a particular factor that I think you should be too worried about myself.
Just starting, going back to the possible hub at Duke's Road or that area, we're not zoning and we're not providing for any one type of activity. I presume in what we would be looking at a high level is business use of or industrial use of land there. It's not a zone, but it's a it's a development capacity issue there, rather than saying it is actually for a particular purpose, or with the exception that we'd understand that there was a railway line there or not.
Yeah, I would say in response that it is actually a particular use that's being advanced. It's a freight hub or inland port, and to that extent and at that level, I think if you're minded to approve it, that's what you should signal its intended use is, because that then focuses the public infrastructure investigations on that use. If you just called it a general industrial use, that in planning terms brings forward a whole lot of other potential uses, such as wet industries, other industrial uses, and so on, which is not really what we're talking about.
Oh, I pushed your button off. Sorry, that's fine. I just wanted to. So providing for a larger area does have a negative effect potentially on that land, because it wouldn't have just general development industrial use. It would only be for that particular use. I just want to get in my mind how that would work. Thank you. The other issue with that, and I just need to declare that I'm on the hearings panel for the Regional Land Transport Committee, and I'm while that's out, the Regional Land Transport Plan is out for submissions now, and I've come with a completely open mind on this process. It's a declaration. It's not something I'd necessarily have to be concerned about. I presume they're all talking to each other. I'm just checking that you're comfortable with that sort of approach.
On behalf of Dunedin City, I raise no issue with that.
Yeah, I'll deal with that at a different level with you, Chair. The interest, just going back to the chicken and the egg, or the bunny and the egg, given the season, the infrastructure and strategy is in the long-term plan, and so the information, when it goes to the Gladstone Road situation, if that is the time that they need to be arguing, you're suggesting, in the infrastructure strategy, the provision of infrastructure into the long-term plan, and that would lead into the FDS. I'm just checking what your advice is that, but I'm just checking the process or the timing that you'd expect that to happen.
Yes, well, Gladstone Family Trust really said that their site should be in the FDS to preserve the ability to have a debate about that infrastructure, and the debate is really here. And saying we need to be included in here so we can go and have a debate at, say, the DCC long-term plan. They can do that anyway. They can do it here today, or as part of this hearing, if they think infrastructure is either available or likely, which we just don't think is realistic. But yes, the place for that debate is really DCC long-term plan and the infrastructure strategy required to service that additional greenfields area.
Thank you. And my last question is about Papa Kayaka. Sorry, I'm better with Kahanga. Sorry. The provision, and this is quite a change, I think, in the FDS provisions, is to provide for that. And how does that get prioritised as far as infrastructure goes? Because that's one of the significant changes, and I know that it's also been mentioned in aspirations in the RPS.
Yeah, sorry, are you talking about a particular location or across the city generally?
My understanding is it has to be, or the provision is on native land, or I think what's now called native land. And so where that goes limits where that may happen, and therefore the requirement that that be provided for. Has that changed because of the NPS?
If I'm understanding you correctly, I'm familiar with a number of submissions seeking that there be infrastructure added to native reserve land for housing. Yes. Now, whether that's a specific issue for you or, again, the DCC long-term plan, it's probably more the long-term plan. The FDS might well identify that as what we've been talking about, constraints, or the possible need for that infrastructure if that's housing is to be taken up.
I think I'm probably more concerned on this area. And I'm sorry I haven't articulated it well. There are priorities given to some site development. I think A, Bs and Cs, the short, medium and long term. Is it the role of the panel to consider how those, or maybe I've picked that up incorrectly, how recommending different priorities?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Sorry, Councillor, so are you talking about the priority and the policy that's in the FTS?
I think so. When I look at some land timeframes for infrastructure, that is in the plan, and maybe that's a distinguished as policy. But I'm just wondering, is it at that level we can get, or should be? Again, I'm making sure that we're lifting ourselves up to being not getting into that detail. That's for the councillors, not for us. Ours is about where the areas are rather than the detail.
Well, I would say, though, if it's in the draft plan and there's priorities identified and people have submitted asking for changes to that, that is well within your scope to consider. I've got no problem with that.
So Mr Garbutt, just picking up on that last point, Papakaianga is only referred to in one place in the NPSUD, that's in clause 3.23.2. And that suite of clauses relates to the HBA. So on your advice that the HBA is essentially done and dusted, then we don't need to revisit what that has concluded, do we?
Absolutely agree that the HBA is done and dusted, and it's not to re-question that. The point the councillor was making is that the FDS then has identified priorities within it, which I feel is within scope if people have submitted on that. What you do with that is for you, obviously, but that doesn't go back re-engaging in the housing and business assessment study.
All right, I just have one further question for you, and it derives from your paragraph 45. You don't need to turn to it, and I think you more or less have answered it in your para 51 and your response to some of the other questions. But in terms of assessing the merits of requests from submitters for additional greenfield areas for residential development, and in terms of the merits test, would the very first box that would need to be ticked be this, that we would need to have a solid evidential basis for concluding that the development capacity results in the HBA and now reflected in the FDS are incorrect insofar as additional development capacity is required? And if there is no evidential basis for that, that's the end of our assessment.
That's essentially a position that DCC have landed at via the staff to ask ourselves. The whole function of the FDS is to deliver on the capacity required by the MPSUD, and exactly as you have said, the current housing business capacity assessment says there's plenty, even on a high growth scenario for the duration of 30 years. So that being the case, there is no evidence as far as we are concerned that more greenfield sites, particularly on highly productive land, is required to deliver capacity. So that does answer the question fully in our assessment. So I would agree with you that that's an appropriate and right hurdle for greenfield sites to get over. Yes.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now, not a question, just a comment. At your paragraph 35, you mentioned Rodney Yeoman, and just for the benefit of the panel, I recently chaired the hearings for the Selwyn District Plan Review and for their intensification planning instrument. And Mr Yeoman was a witness for the council, and just for the record, we concluded in that process that he was a very objective and competent witness. So just wanted that on the record. And other than that, no further questions in terms of the legal submissions. That's been very helpful, thank you. And just before we turn to the officers, I'm going to suggest that we do have plenty of time this morning, so we might just take a 5-minute break, stretch our legs a little bit, and we'll come back at roughly about 1:45 or thereafter, 1:45, 10:10, and we'll hear from the officers. We'll finish our short break and we'll now resume the hearing. At this stage, we hear from the council reporting officers. And just before we do that, certainly from my point of view, I'd like to express my appreciation for the quality of the reports that we've received. They were very comprehensive and well laid out, and especially that you had a very short time frame in which to do that, and I understand how hard that must have been, so certainly I do appreciate that, so thank you for that to both councils. We've read the pre-circulated material, so you don't need to read that out to us. If either of the officers have a summary statement or any key points I'd like to highlight, then we can start with that, and maybe if we turn to the ORC first. So Patricia, I understand you have a short statement you want to present to us.
Katoa. Ko airanga te whakapaparanga mai, no otipoti te kāinga, no morihi kua hau, ko Patricia McLean tāku ingoa, tēnā tātou katoa. My full name is Patricia Mary Teresa McLean. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst for Urban Growth and Development in the Policy and Planning
Sorry, Patricia,
team.
maybe if you just pull the microphone closer and speak in a big voice.
Oh, okay. At Otago Regional Council. I've been working at the ORC for 15 months and for much of that time working closely with staff from both DCC and QLDC to co-develop their draft future development strategies. My previous roles include Corporate Policy Advisor for both Dunedin City and Queenstown Lakes District Councils for a total of 4 years, and this is the first time that I've addressed a hearing panel. My contribution to the Office's recommendation report covers the sections and tables relating to public transport, natural hazards, flood protection and land drainage, and to a lesser extent, blue and green networks. ORC technical experts were consulted and provided most of the information found in these tables and in the attached addendum. The Chair has been advised that technical experts from the ORC engineering team are not available this week. Our senior engineer will be available from the 8th to the 10th of April to attend the hearings. Depending on your preference, questions relating to flood protection and land drainage infrastructure could be conferred till then, or I can seek a response to your questions now and reply to you as soon as possible. I'm limiting this opening statement to just 3 areas: public transport, natural hazards, and flood protection and land drainage infrastructure. First, for public transport, a number of submissions requested the expansion or the extension of public transport services to rural areas or outlying settlements. In general, ORC's public transport strategy is to focus on fares and frequencies. ORC believes that this approach contributes to the policies and objectives of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development by strengthening PT services in urban areas, Objective 3, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, Objective 8. Primarily, this approach contributes to a mode shift goal of 8% of journeys by public transport by 2030. This goal was set by the Shaping Future Dunedin Transport Partnership, Waka Kotahi, DCC and ORC. Regarding natural hazards, there are multiple sections on natural hazards in the draft future development strategy in general and in relation to each area's profile. Responses to submissions referring to natural hazards are collated in the ORC addendum, including submissions requesting additional greenfield sites on the Taieri Plain for residential and industrial rezoning. And that's including the freight hub that has been discussed earlier. Flood protection and land infrastructure, land drainage infrastructure, concerning that, the Office's recommendation report emphasises that ORC's flood protection and land drainage infrastructure is designed for rural rather than urban and industrial activities. The ORC strongly supports submissions requesting that stormwater infrastructure to support new intensification needs to be in place prior to development, as this will mitigate the impact of increased stormwater on urban streams and on the ORC's existing flood protection and land drainage infrastructure. And there was just one final point that I wanted to clarify following on from Mr. Garbutt's submission concerning the LTP process, just to advise that regional authorities were not given the option by central government to defer their LTPs, and this is due to the fact that they haven't been affected by the repeal of the three water legislation. So I just wanted to reiterate that it was only TAs that referred to. Thank you.
Thank you. And just checking, Patricia, you've emailed that to Jenny so she can circulate that written material to us?
Yes, I have.
So Jenny, just at some stage, if you could just flick that through to the panel, that would be great. Now, Emma, on behalf of the Dunedin City Council, are there any sort of opening statements that you'd wish to make?
No, the DCC doesn't have any opening statement, but we're very happy to take any questions that you have as a panel. Thank you.
All right, so like I said before, the panel have diligently read the pre-circulated material from the council officers, so now I'll just see if we have any questions, and Councillor Wilson, we'll start with you.
Had a few, but I was actually anyway. Page 38. I've got to get it all up together now. I didn't quite expect it to. It's about Invermay wanting to be specifically mentioned, I think, as a facility. Just want to make sure that, just so we're consistent, University of Otago is not listed as a facility either.
No, they're both captured under major facilities.
Just clarifying that. Yeah, it's better. Anyway, page 43 is a talk about putting metered watering systems in, maybe considered into the future. What's not there is restrictor valves or volume delivery meters to allow for an appropriate data consumption. Has that been considered as well, or is that going to be considered as well as metered systems?
It hasn't been considered through the FDS. It didn't arise through the submission. And while we've responded to that submission, I would suggest that's probably an operational matter that wouldn't necessarily need to be covered by the FDS.
I agree. There's an operational matter sitting in there. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't remain that confined. I'll actually hand that on to some more commissioners, if you don't mind. I've got some more questions, but I haven't got them quite as prepared yet.
Yes, on page 13, sorry, I just need to quickly get to there. 13, which doesn't want to go as fast as I wanted it to go. Page 13, and then it's coming, sorry. In 3.4.6, and it talks about including that sentence in relation to the wastewater treatment plants of Waikawiri and Warrington. I'm just thinking through the implication of including that in terms of our previous discussions in terms of infrastructure and the LTP, and does that therefore inform the LTP to the need to include the upgrades or the relocation of those plants?
So the FDS does discuss at several points that there is a need to upgrade those wastewater treatment plants, so that is already included. What the Runaka have asked for here is for that to be added under the statement of iwi and hapu values and intent, which is really, the FDS is required to include what that statement is, so they're simply expanding the statement to include that, and we have no concerns with that.
Sorry, yes, I realise it's throughout the FDS, but probably that was just the first one that I picked up as I was going through the comments, so yes. On page 17, in the comments, we talk about adding in Dunedin's highly valued marine biodiversity. and only marine biodiversity in terms of wildlife capital? Is that because we're talking about marine in that particular section in 4.2?
So that was in response to the submission that was noting that the wildlife capital really did refer to Dunedin's marine resources, that's what the focus was. So we considered it was perhaps referred to the marine environment. But it could equally sit in both if there's justification that the land-based biodiversity as well as the marine contribute to that wildlife capital status.
On page 64, when we're talking about 6.3.3 in terms of land drainage, and it was also in relation to your opening comments from the ORC, and that land drainage has been designed for rural activities and any additional development. I would have, and particularly to the silver stream, I would have thought that the issues in terms of flood protection and land drainage isn't only in respect to rural activities. Obviously, the flood protection of the silver stream absolutely implicates the urban area, but there's no reference to that in any of the.
I can't really speak for the ORC engineers, but what I can confirm is that infrastructure is designed for rural activities, and is that up in other parts of the draft FDS?
Yeah, I haven't picked it up in the other parts, in particular in reference to the silver stream. I would have thought that the flood protection there is also in relation to the urban areas, so whether that's something that next week when the engineer is available that may be able to address. It doesn't seem to be anywhere throughout the document. It constantly refers to rural areas, but not to anything to do with the urban area. Thank you. That's all at the moment. I may have another couple of questions.
I don't actually have any questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
That's great. Just a follow-up question from me, being not from this part of the world. The Silver Stream watercourse where it goes through Mosgiel, is the entire flood control, flood management of that stream within the domain of the ORC, or is within the urban area, or is that a DCC responsibility?
I'm not sure about that. I'd need to get back to you about that question. Thank you.
All right, that'd be helpful. And again, just for the benefit of anyone who's watching the live stream, I'd like to thank the staff very much for answering the questions that I pre-circulated in writing. Thank you for answering those questions in writing. That was helpful. And I note that you're going to come back at the end in your end of hearing report and address some of those matters, and that's absolutely fine. So Jenny, just checking my questions and the staff's responses, are they on the web page?
I'll check. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
So if we could post those and make them publicly available, that would be helpful. So Councillor O'Malley, you had some further questions?
Just one more, and I know it's slightly operational, but it's sitting here in the paperwork. It's on page 53. It's the second to bottom one. It's an ensure streets and new subdivisions have separate car, public pedestrian, public cycle paths, and the answer is that and that's dealt with in new subdivisions. It's been my experience that subdivisions don't necessarily cover the full geographic area of where a pedestrian or cycle network may operate in. Are we ever going to sort of go to a broader approach? And I guess it sort of does relate to the FDS in that general sense. So we're starting to do it now with stormwater, recognising that stormwater is going to go beyond a subdivision. Have we considered that also with transport as well, that we might decide to put transport corridors in place that are designated, so that when a subdivision is put down, you can see that this transport corridor is actually going through that subdivision?
Okay, I think that's a question I'll refer to our transport engineer and get back to you on. The planning rules at the moment, as you say, they're related to new subdivisions, so we're considering subdivisions, but I think you have a broader question that's probably best answered by the transport team.
Yeah, it is. It's not really, and it is outside this FDS, but it's more one of maybe even in our own planning rules we would consider that in fact those activities are bigger and take out a bigger footprint than just a subdivision. That's actually a comment, not a question at that point. Thanks.
Sorry, I'll get back to you on that if that's okay. Yeah.
All right, so I think that concludes our questions. Just as a procedural assistance to us, where we've asked questions and the officers have said they will need to refer to their technical experts and come back with an answer, that's fine. Can the officers keep a running tally of the questions, a written list of the questions that have been asked, that have been referred to technical experts for later responses? And perhaps via Jenny, that could be circulated to the panel at the end of each day, so just we understand what's going to be coming forward in the remainder of the hearing. All right, so that appears to be the end of our questions at this stage for the officers. Of course, more questions may arise once we hear from submitters, and it's highly likely that we will be posing further questions to the officers during the remainder of the hearing. And again, just for anyone else who's watching, next week when we've completed hearing from the submitters who wish to be heard, the officers will be doing what I'm calling an end of hearing report to us, where they will advise us based on anything they've heard on the hearing, during the hearing, if they have amended any of their initial recommendations to us. So there'll be a further formal written reporting phase from the officers middle of next week. So now there's just one other procedural issue I'd like to deal with before we adjourn until, Jenny, is it 1 o'clock or 1:30 the first submitter?
We had somebody in there at 1, they pulled out at the last minute.
So 1:30.
But if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, we can do that in a minute. So I just want to address the issue of the evidence that's been received, and I just want to confirm that I have a complete list. So we've received evidence from Buller Street Properties, Mr. Pierce Smith. We've received evidence primary and supplementary from Southern Edge Hub Farms from John Kyle and Mr. Dines. We've received supplementary evidence from, on behalf of Preen's Dry Cleaning, from Mr. Pierce Smith. And we have a tranche of evidence from Emma Peters. Is there any other evidence, Jenny, that's come in that's not on that list I just read out? All right, thank you very much for that. So the supplementary evidence from Buller Street Properties, Southern Edge Hub Farms and Preen's Dry Clearing was received within the time frame. When Ms Peters advised Hearing Secretary that she would be lodging evidence towards the end of last week or after Easter, it wasn't clear from her correspondence, and certainly wasn't clear in my mind, that that was intended to be supplementary evidence, because no primary evidence had been submitted, and supplementary evidence is supposed to update the primary evidence. However, putting that to one side, I've now had the opportunity to go through the evidence lodged by Ms Peters, and it does appear to be largely supplementary evidence addressing the officer's response to the various submissions that she's raised. So I'm content for that to be allowed in, albeit that it has been submitted late. The issue that raises in my mind is whether or not the panel has had time to read it before we are due to hear from Ms Peters tomorrow afternoon. So, and if panel members haven't had the opportunity to read it, and if they won't be able to read it before tomorrow afternoon, we have the option of telling Ms Peters she needs to appear later on in the hearing, so that we can all have read her evidence that has come in late. So just whip around the panel. Does any panel member have a problem with reading the evidence that we are due to hear from tomorrow afternoon from Ms Peters, which relates only at this stage to the submissions of Jason Coots, Charlotte Young and Barry Murdoch, which I think addresses business land issues in Duke's Road? So, Councillor Noon, are you going to be able to read those two briefs of evidence?
Absolutely, no
Yep.
problem.
Councillor Lucas? Yep. Hawani?
I'm fine with that.
Yep. Councillor O'Malley? Yep.
I'm fine for that, but I will note that I'll probably be absent tomorrow
Yes,
afternoon.
that's
So
right.
for another reason, if I will ask, I may have some questions that I will table, but
Yeah.
appreciating I won't be here to hear them, so I'll be very limited on the
Yeah.
deliberating on them.
No, that's fine.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. All right, well, that's good. Thank you, panel. It's good that you can be diligent and read that late evidence. So Jenny, if you can inform Ms Peters of two things. One, that on the basis of her evidence being supplementary evidence, we've waived compliance with the time frame for submitting that, which was last Wednesday, and we will read that evidence prior to her appearing, so she need not and will not be enabled to read it out loud to us. So she can just speak to it during her allocated time. All right, so given that we now... Yeah, Michael.
I just formally request or advise that we'll depart the scene now and leave you to hear submitters. We'll stay in touch with the council officers if legal issues come along. Miss Christmas will be in touch with us if anything arises that we need to respond to. So otherwise, I wish you well. Thank you.
No, thank you, Michael, and I forget the name of your part of it. Thank you both for coming along, and that's absolutely fine. If any legal issues arise, we'll ask the officers to convey those to you, and you can, if necessary, appear as part of their end of hearing report and provide additional submissions to us on any of those matters. But thanks very much for your attendance this morning. So given we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, now just correct me if I've got this wrong, we were going to have Graham Franklin, is that correct, Jenny, appearing this afternoon. He no longer wishes to appear, but he does have a PowerPoint, is it a video or a PowerPoint video which he would still like us to view, and given that we have plenty of time, I'm happy that we do that, so we'll do that now. But just to note, he won't be appearing this afternoon.
Just need a couple of minutes to set it up.
In order to assist anyone watching, it would be good to say that this is relating to the Area 11, isn't it? Yeah, I think that was his submission, generally, and infill.
Hello, my name is Graham Franklin and I'm presenting on behalf of residents of the Dunedin Future Area 11 Absent Bay Wire present area on the draft future development strategy. So just to clarify that my presentation only relates to the intensification of Area 11 and not to any other aspect or part of the development strategy. So first thing that I'd like to point out is that in our area at least, and I imagine it will be the same for other areas, that the proposed intensification of our area is extremely unpopular. I'd reiterate that over 50 people signed the submission from just a relatively small section of Area 11, and of all the people that were asked about the proposed intensification of Area 11, not a single person that we spoke to supported it. In this community, there is a high opposition against the proposed intensification of Area 11. and this demonstrates the deeply unpopular status of the future development strategy in this regard for our area. And we believe that the council relies heavily on the apathy of residents when it comes to make these proposals, and it interprets a lack of submission to response from individual residents as either being being supportive or at least not concerned by changes such as those being proposed. We argue that this isn't the case. Just a small, relatively small part of the area of actually garners significant support against the intensification, and we assure that if given enough time, almost all the residents in Area 11 would agree to oppose the intensification. And we would hope that as ratepayers that the council takes this into account when it considers these changes. One of the main reasons that residents are against the redesignation of Area 11, and probably the other 11 areas that are proposed for redesignation as well, is that it's considered taking out fear. And the council or its planners have identified these areas in what we consider pretty arbitrary criteria based on false beliefs and assumptions of what they would like to see in an ideal world. We believe that if the council believes that high intensity housing is required in Dunedin, there really should be an all or nothing approach. By specifying only specific areas, the council is affecting those communities and what residents consider will be a very detrimental way. All parts of Dunedin are adequately serviced by public transport and have access to adequate transport infrastructure. So we don't really believe that there is a need to specify and single out those specific 12 areas, and specifically in our case that area earlier. We'd also like to know why the council has not identified any other areas on good public routes such as Shell Hill, Whaling, and probably Maori Hill, and I mentioned that a little bit later in this presentation. We're not convinced that reasonable alternatives have been adequately explored or pushed by this council. When looking around central city areas, there appear to be plenty of buildings or sections that will be suitable for more intensive housing. Dunedin has a harborside area that, to be honest, doesn't look great, but why not put greater effort into developing an area such as this to make it more attractive and, as a destination or a place to live? There also appears to be a degree of elitism in the FDP to exclude all of these more affluent areas. We note that the uptake of public transport by residents generally around the city is pretty poor, and using this to identify areas is a poor criteria to use. People simply prefer to drive their own car in most cases. We would also argue that the character of Area 11 is more akin to Vauxhall and Waverley than, let's say, St Kilda, Tainui or South Dunedin, which is already zoned for increased density. And there are many character homes within our area. So moving on to some issues that will result from those proposed changes. So speaking specifically about Rafferty Street, where I happen to live, we note that higher intensity housing is going to cause significant issues around parking and roading. The street is already close to capacity when it comes to on-street parking, and additional housing will further exacerbate this problem. You may say that the houses will provide their own parking. This simply is not adequate, as at the most only one park per unit is likely to be provided. And modern families will often have more than one car. So the second or even the third car, which is not uncommon, would need to park on the street. The intensification around St Kilda and Tainui is resulting in the demolition of many older houses, some of which, as I say, they're old, but others have character buildings. In fact, many of the houses being destroyed to make way for the multiple housing complexes are perfectly good family homes. We note that Belmont Lane in Area 11 in particular has many homes that are of architectural significance and form part of the history of Dunedin. I also understand that it's private land with no council involvement in its upkeep. Irrigation also has a lot of land which is very steep, and so it wouldn't lend itself very easily to more intensive development. But with regards to the roading, more houses means more cars. This will cause safety issues in the neighbourhood from increased traffic. We've already seen ongoing degradation of the road and the street at current housing levels, and I'll show some evidence of that shortly. There will be safety issues around the Moana Crescent, Muswell Rise, Rochester Terrace Junction, which is an already dangerous area due to cars doing U-turns in it, turning left onto Moana Crescent at high speed, and this is coupled with poor visibility into Muswell Rise, particularly when cars are parked in front of the bakery on the corner. So here we have a photo of Rafferty Street. This one was taken in Easter, so a lot of people would have been away for the Easter break. You can see that there's quite a few cars parked on the street, and this is nowhere near capacity on the street. So more houses, more cars, it's just going to become a nightmare to drive by the park on the street eventually. And another photo of looking at Rafferty Street, again showing plenty of cars parked on the street. Again, this is not a capacity of the street. There's plenty of cars that were away at this time. So carrying on with the issues, more cars equals more congestion on the street and also get on to Muswell Rise. So there are increased traffic choke points, particularly with large nearby neighbouring areas already zoned for more intensive housing, such as Tainui. And this is going to exacerbate traffic on the nearby areas, and they'll try and get onto Muswell Rise as well. So with this proposal, you might be creating a housing solution, but it's going to be at the cost of other factors that are going to decrease the livability of the area. Will also be greater damage to the road. We're already seeing potholes and loose stone chip on the street, and this is only going to get worse. We've had to have potholes repaired on the street quite frequently, and they just keep opening up because the repairs appear to be pretty average, to be honest. Here's an example of one of the pothole repairs. You can see it's already starting to break up, and you can see there's stone chip off to the right. Can't really make it out in this photo, but there's quite a significant hump to the right of that pothole repair as well. So, more traffic is going to just exacerbate these problems and require a lot more maintenance of the street as well. One of our main concerns is actually with regards to existing piping infrastructure, particularly with the sewage piping. We understand that the pipes in the ground are very old. They've probably been there for over 100 years, and due to this age, with minimal or probably no maintenance, residents have had over the decades, they've also over the decades developed on their sections over the top of these pipes. So the land over these pipes, which includes stormwater and sewage, now have mature large trees, carports and garages, hedges, fences, gardens, sheds. Some of the buildings are quite close to sitting over the top of them. So we suspect that these pipes will have significantly degraded due to their age, as well as factors such as tree roots growing onto or into them. We're aware of the sewage pipe already blocking up at least once, and this has caused raw sewage overflow onto private sections. More housing development is going to put additional pressure on this piping infrastructure, and we suspect it will struggle to cope, and we'll see more incidents of pipe failure. We are aware that the council says that it will upgrade infrastructure, although we note that this needs to be in the transitional areas identified in the plan, which does not include area 11. So, as residents, we're just not convinced that this will actually occur, because it would mean that the council would need to effectively rip up dozens of private sections to replace the piping. And this is going to cause a hell of a lot of disruption damaged sections, which we would expect the council to rectify. We're not convinced that the council has the intention or the budget to take on the significant cost, which will likely offset for many years or possibly even decades any additional revenue it garners from an increased rate intake from more intensive housing in the area. So this is a plan, one of the DCC plans of where those pipes run. So towards the top of the slide you can see that Rapidi Street is there, and then at the bottom would be Musselburgh Rise, and you can see with the red line that's the sewage line, and the green dashed line is the stormwater line. You can see they run close to the boundary and even across the boundary between houses on Rapidi Street and those on Musselburgh Rise. And so here's a Google Earth image showing roughly where those pipes run by the pink line. And you can see from this image that there's a lot of houses which are very close to where the pipes run. In fact, at the right hand you can see it used to run right through the middle of the place. And you know, there's mature trees, there's going to be gardens, and you know, to go in and do the pipe repair is going to involve a lot of disruption. But it needs to be done if you want to increase housing density in this area, because it's really going to struggle to cope with more people putting shit on those lines. So here's a photo of some of that water sewage I was talking about that spilled over. Now this actually occurred 2 or 3 years ago, so it's not as bad looking as it did at the time. You can still see that it looks pretty disgusting, and that's just been sitting on the ground, slowly rotting away, I guess. It spilled out of one of the mushroom the sections. And we're going to see more cases of this sort of incident, I believe, if you were to intensify housing in this area. Not a great photo, but looking down the line of where these pipes run, so there's fencing, there's a large mountain car hedge, and this is looking in the opposite direction along where these pipes run. You can see sort of developed gardens, quite large trees, houses quite close, and this is a bit further along the line, looking towards the east. Again, fences, there's a carport. You can see on the left-hand side the trunk of a very large tree, which is sitting very close to those pipes, and the magnet root system is probably having an effect, and other large trees in the background. So the final point that I wanted to cover was the loss of green spaces. And residents are concerned that the loss of green spaces will result in more flooding. With the medium density housing allowed and that we have observed, what isn't roof space is either concreted or artificial turf has been installed. The bottom of our street already floods, and after a heavy rain or a long period of consistent rain, so adding more houses with no green spaces is just going to intensify this problem. Because you know, removing gardens and rural grass areas means that all the water that might have been held up in these areas will now drain right off into areas which are already struggling to cope. There will also be a loss of suburban biodiversity, and this we believe has a lot of value. We're going to, at the moment, we get tillers, bellbirds, you know, a lot of native birds that come into our gardens and enjoy what's on offer, such as the fruit and insects that thrive because of the suburban setting here. We also believe that there needs to be careful consideration of climate impacts of losing these green spaces, particularly with regards to local heat profiles. So take out the trees which provide shading, you get a higher ambient air temperature around, and that is another detrimental effect of the proposed housing. So some of the new housing developments have created more homes per area, but they're not more affordable in comparison to what they've replaced. And we're not convinced that providing a solution that would work best for our community. The importance of suburban green spaces must be considered. Okay, so I took a couple of photos of one of these developments in the Tainui area. As you can see, just demonstrating my point, I mean, all you can see is green there, apart from a few small shrubs by the fence. I mean, that's all artificial lawn that you can see there. And the same development is being built next to a neighbour who's going to be pretty annoyed by that because they are now losing a good chunk of their morning sun through being shaded by the large two-storey house plant that's being built next to their boundary. And just again demonstrating the lack of green spaces as a result of this development. You know, they've got car parking, but not a trace of green. All that water that falls on those areas is going to just run off, and it's going to potentially cause greater issues during high intensity rains and around flooding.
All right, thanks, Jenny. If you could just do 3 things for us, please, in relation to Mr. Franklin. First of all, could you thank him for the PowerPoint presentation? Secondly, could you draw his attention to page 78 of the officer's recommendation report, where they've recommended to us removing Area 11 from the FDS? And thirdly, could you advise them that if the panel members have any questions for him, they will put those questions in an email to you, which you can refer on to him, and then he can answer those questions in writing. All right, so that's the end of this morning's.
His suggestion there in the last couple of slides does raise the issue of the effectiveness of some of the existing rules, which would be a good one to highlight for the staff at some later date. Because the suggestion is that this hard surfacing is on new developments. And I'm just wanting to...
is that an FDS issue or a district planning issue?
It's a district planning issue, but if the rules, whether the rules... The first question is, is that what the rules provide for? And if it is, that's absolutely fine. If it isn't, because the capacity issues of stormwater is very much based on there being no hard surfacing or minimal hard surfacing. And so, again, it's about the assessments, whether they're correct, and he's made this allegation, and I just think it'd be a good one to test it on. Or there'll be others, I'm sure.
So that's not a question for Mr. Franklin, is it? So you are now posing a question to the officers.
It's a technical one, I think, for later on in response, and I'm just flagging it for the staff to note.
Yeah, so it's a question you'd like the officers to address. So the officers, are you clear on what the question is?
If you could just repeat it, Councillor Wilson, that'd be lovely.
The question is, there's an allegation there that the hard surfacing in new developments, and gave an example. Just questioning whether that meets the requirements and therefore the capacity issues are covered, or are there issues of people doing hard surfacing beyond that which is provided for in the district plan? Because that would again affect capacity and whether they're comfortable with the mechanisms to assess that.
So I think the issue there is, are the images compliant development? All right, so Jenny, can you please contact the 3 submitters that were going to appear after Dr. John Eastwood? So that's Spark Chorus, One New Zealand et al., Southern Heritage Trust and Christopher Pearson, and just see if they can come in half an hour earlier than their scheduled time, given that we have had 2 submitters drop out. I think we'll just leave the submitters who are going to come in after the afternoon break where they are, but if you can contact those 3 and just see if they can come in a little bit earlier, half an hour earlier, that would be great. All right, and apart from that, we're now adjourned until 1:30, where we hear from Dr. John Eastwood, representing Health New Zealand.
Mr. Chair, sorry. Sorry, can I ask a question? If Councillor Wilson's question was around whether that particular development is compliant or not, could we perhaps find out from the submitter what the address of that development is, if that was what she wants to know? Yeah.
It's been an observation as around the town that it seems to be a lot of new developments are almost 100% hard surfacing and do not appear to be complying to the permeable surface requirements. So it'd be more a case of actually, and that's relevant because it affects our assessment of whether or not stormwater effects will be affected, because we've got the right policies in place and whether or not they're being observed. So it's not so much that particular development. It would be almost a case of, could the staff look at 20 of the last and see how many are complying? Because we suspect that a lot are not. And I know that's a big ask, but it's been an ask that's been asked in different environments from councillors for about the last 18 months. And I do think it is relevant because it does affect stormwater.
I think that's probably a little bit too broad for the officers. I mean, I'd prefer a question along the lines of, are the images that Mr Franklin showed us representative of compliant development? And just leave it at that.
That's fine, thank you.
That's relevant to the submission. Yeah. And I don't think we need to know necessarily the addresses. You can tell from the image. You can see what we've seen and just let us know whether or not you think that's compliant or not. All right, so now we'll adjourn until 1:30. Thank you. interested in the implications, if any, that might have for us. My reading of the NPSUD is that it has scant reference to the RPS, but the RPS is one of the RMA planning documents that's referred to in the NPSUD. But it appears to me from reading that the direction is downwards in terms of the FDS has an influence on the RPS rather than the other way around. But if you could look into that for us and talk to who you need to talk to back at your council, and just at the end of hearing report just advise us whether or not there's any implications for us arising from the RPS, but that's my understanding of it. All right, the first submitter we have on our list this afternoon is Dr. John Eastwood. So good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for lodging this submission on the draft FPS. We've read your submission that you lodged, so you don't need to reread that out to us. You're probably pleased to know. But you're very welcome to speak to that and highlight key points for us, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Okay, tēnā koutou katoa ko John Eastwood aho. I'm one of 2 local medical officers of health and also a professor of public health at University of Otago, Sydney and UNSW. I will be drawing on that experience in my discussion. I'd first like to acknowledge the over 200-year partnership between our profession of public health and city planners. That's important for that I provide that context, because we have been working together in collaboration between public health and city planners to ensure that we have supportive environments that protect the health well-being of our citizens. And that those initial gains are directly relevant to your planning hearings here today, because we've both sought to ensure clean water, sanitation, quality, air quality, housing, pest control, veterinarian health, actually maybe not so obvious today, but still relevant. They've had outbreaks of horse viruses in New South Wales, as you know, and industrial health and occupational health. As we move into the 21st century, we have other challenges ahead of us, which I'd like to focus and highlight, because your compact approach to a compact city is very relevant to this. We now are focusing more on injury control, both violent, interpersonal violence and accidents, on mental health, on loneliness, which is actually quite significant within our region, on frailty, which has become an increasing problem for our elderly. We continue to be grappling with the non-communicable diseases of cardiovascular disease, stroke, diabetes, and to that end, we strive to control harmful commodities and increase physical activity and active transport. So we support the directions of the FDS. It's taken an excellent approach to sustainable growth and development in partnership with our mana whenua, improving connectivity and accessibility. We support the idea of compact growth model, and to that end we had a Lancet article on what the impact that's had on about 5 large urban areas internationally, where the compact urban growth model has reduced cardiovascular disease, reduced diabetes, but has at some cost perhaps increased some pedestrian and cycle injuries. So it's important, as we move forward with that model of urban development, that we put the appropriate speed controls and infrastructure in place to offset that negative aspect of that urban growth model. We support the idea of affordable housing, and as you say, you've read our submission, so I won't carry on through these points I have here. And we commend the Council for identifying areas of risk for natural hazards and avoiding growth in those areas. And we support the Council's projects towards climate change adaptation. There was something that we felt was missing from perhaps the FDS, and I'll just focus briefly on that. We commend, as I said, the partnership with mana whenua, but a focus on equity is also equally important, and tiriti and equity are not the same things. We can progress on tiriti and our partnership with mana whenua, but it's also important that there be a principle of equity or a focus on equity across all 12 strategies that you've identified. And just to amplify, equity is about unequal needs. not everybody, and the planning response must be acknowledged that not everyone can drive, not everyone can walk, see, count, understand, socialise or afford our services. So it's important if you put a bus route in, you know this, but I'm just use it to highlight. If you put a bus in, a bus must be able to take a wheelchair, which means it needs to be able to kneel down and take a wheelchair. But that can apply to everything that we do. So we just ask that consideration by planners take an equity look at each of the 12 strategies, just to reflect on whether, and in a way it's a cross-cutting theme. So for example, services, be they buses, libraries or social clubs, need to have equitable access from our citizens. Finally, I wanted to move on to just a couple of other things. We note the importance of building the industrial capacity of our city, and we support the idea of it being near major transport routes such as the highway access and railway in the Kaikorai Green Valley area, but we ask that consideration be given to protecting the residents who live in those nearby communities of Green Island and Fairfield from the impacts of noise and any air pollution that might be there. Focus a little bit on this healthy eating matter. We note the city is promoting food security and is doing a lot of excellent work at the moment on an approach to that, and we would encourage the city to actually progress to implementation of those plans. We, of course, are concerned about harmful commodities and important unhealthy food outlets not be near schools. I brought with me an excellent resource that planners may wish to avail themselves of, which is the Healthy Built Environment Checklist from the state of New South Wales in Australia, dated 2020, so it's not the earlier version from 2009, but the more recent version, full of citations and references to evidence of what we are discussing here today, including the matter of putting fast food outlets near schools, which I believe might be going to happen in Green Island. So we would ask Council to consider some sort of controls where they can, and I appreciate that's difficult, around that. So finally, I think that's what we would like to highlight. Perhaps a little bit off script just for a minute, as I did last time I was here talking about speed control. I was Chief Medical Officer 2 years ago, and we have a new Dunedin Public Hospital being built. So I'm actually privy to the fact that we have some matters ahead of us to challenge us both in the health industry and the education industry and in the city. So we might want to consider whether we have any health precincts in our urban city. And to that end, I'd just like to, off script, suggest that some consideration being given during town planning as to whether or not there is land available, and in discussion with my colleagues at the hospital that we might say. I'm saying this because when I was in Australia, as you know from last time, they were doing a major urban development down the southwest corridor of Sydney, and they identified an old trotting ground and another place where they identified that as a place where private developers might actually choose to put their pharmacies and their laboratories and their aged care homes and their other things, so that they're all together. And I think we've got some emerging issues happening over in Mosgiel at the moment, and down in South Dunedin. So I think something that's off script, but I thought I'd take this opportunity to just put it on there for some thought, So, and of course we do have a health precinct in the CBD, even if it's not labelled as such. So thank you, that's it from me.
Thank you very much for that. I'll see if we have any questions for you, Councillor Noon. We'll start at your end.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether your point you made about fast food outlets near schools, whether that detail was something for the FDS, but I'm intrigued about your comment about food resilience, and I'm just not sure how that would feature in the FDS.
Well, you have got it. You have actually got a section in there on.
There's a.
On valuable land.
Yep.
Encouraging.
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Could you just push the little red button and maybe just start again?
My apologies. Yes, in the FDS there is reference to housing development and that, and to encourage citizens to actually grow their own foods, avail themselves of their own foods. I think I saw some comment there also about the way some land be made available for gardens, etc. But and I believe maybe not in the FDS, but elsewhere, council staff have been working on a food resiliency strategy.
Thank you. I just wondered whether there was something more that you were suggesting. No.
Food security in terms of us being able to grow our own food. Yeah.
A couple of questions. Thanks for the reminder off. Not used to going with the red light, but anyway. Why do you think that drinkable surface water is only an aspirational goal?
I have a colleague here who's health protection officer of long standing in our district who may be able to speak to that, but I'll give it a go, Tom, first. It's difficult to control the enteric diseases and other contaminants that might enter into those water supplies. Which are you talking about, for example, surface water that might come from a stream or from some other uncontrolled source?
I was really responding to what was in your submission, but also thinking that when we go upstream to deep stream and other areas where we source our water from the city, they are surface water.
I don't think we were referring to city water supplies. We're referring to remote communities that have got on-site water supplies that they may be accessing. And I know you note in your FDS that you wish to limit the amount of that on-site water and sewage going forward, and that you will be prioritising, and you list 1, 2, 3, 4 priorities about how you intend to do that. Our comment was not intended for your water supply, because you will control that and you will put protozoal barriers in place, etc. From our experience from cryptosporidium at Queenstown, I'm sure we're all aware of that at the moment. Is that what you were referring to?
Yeah, no, yes.
We would use surface water, of course you would. Yeah. We don't have the luxury of any bore water, artesian well water like Lower Hutt does.
And I think I was also probably referring to water quality from an iwi perspective. It should be drinkable, swimmable and fishable. And so that's talking about all water bodies is probably where primarily I was coming from.
Yes, I think we have to acknowledge the needs and views of mana whenua, but at the same time, speaking as a public health physician, we need to also ensure that their communities have the same quality, access to the same quality and safety of health as the rest of us, to the best we can.
Thanks for that. My second question was, what would you suggest are health-related performance indicators within the FDS framework?
Sorry, which indicators?
At the end of your submission, you talked about health-related performance indicators, and I was just wondering whether you had any suggestions what they might be.
Yes, we had a brief discussion before coming. I think the answer is no, not at this moment, because they're actually, there's some excellent performance measure frameworks, and they would perhaps need to be discussed and negotiated. But if we take, for example, the Lancet paper that I mentioned, for example, they were able to look across New Delhi, Melbourne, some other North American cities and a Brazilian city at reductions in cardiovascular disease as a result of urban planning, reductions in diabetes as a result of urban planning, reduction in respiratory conditions as a result of urban planning, and they were monitoring their pedestrian and cycle and road traffic crashes at the same time. So you can see whether or not they're getting better, getting worse, I think because other jurisdictions have actually used some of those sorts of indicators, they might be feasible for us. Any comments from my colleagues? Yep. So I think it's an area that we have a new National Public Health Service, as you'll be aware, and there's a Public Health Surveillance Directorate within that. I think that's the sort of thing we should perhaps be looking at nationally as well, as to what would be good indicators of our urban development.
Thanks so much.
We actually did have bores at Mosgiel, but we turned them off after Havelock North because bores are not intrinsically safe, as we found out. And I just, back to your point, you're clarifying is what you're really saying is the council policy of reticulated water when it can be, and not supporting self-servicing. Yep, thanks.
Well, Dr. Eastwood, no further questions or clarification from me, but thank you very much for coming in, presenting your submission to us and answering our questions. I've said in other forums, it's always good to hear from the Medical Officer of Health. You have an important statutory role, so we thank you for coming in, and that doesn't always happen around the rest of the country, so thank you.
And talking to my colleague, we observed that in the Health Act, there's a clause that says that I might actually attend your council meetings. I don't know why they put it in there, but it's what section is it, Tom? It's in the Health Act as well.
Well, I'm sure
so
they look
you should
forward
perhaps
to that.
invite us to be more present than we are. Anyway.
I just want to see if any Spark. All right, so Spark Chorus 1 New Zealand connects 40 South XL, et al. So good afternoon and welcome, and I think you've circulated some speaking notes.
Yes, I have. So just referring to those primarily. So I'm Graham McCarrison. I'm the Planning and Engagement Manager at Spark and represent the other companies that you have mentioned. So we jointly submit on, well, every district plan in New Zealand and a few of the future development strategies, particularly the Tier 1 councils, although that's dropping down to all other councils around the country, which is a good thing, to see spatial planning. So our role is to primarily ensure that telecommunications is recognised as part of future development strategies. And if we take the current bill fast track consenting legislation, one of the qualifying criteria is to be represented within a spatial plan or other documents, planning documents. So I'm not suggesting we're going to use that legislation, but it's important to have representation. So we've appreciated that the council officers have recommended and accepted the changes and suggested other wording that we've been happy with. So that's the core thing. And we're looking forward to working with the officers around section 6.3, which is of particular importance to us because it sets an indicator of what telecommunications is, that it's our networks, unlike water or roading, are being upgraded with new technology all the time and new sites. And so for development, particularly new development, large areas, it's critical for us to have both fixed line and wireless technology available to people, businesses, whatever. So that 6.3 for us signals that, which can then cascade down into district plans and be a reminder when the next review comes up, which is probably going to be a while away given the current status of it. So that was all, and was happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'll see if we have questions for you, Kate.
Thank you. slightly off, not quite a direct question, but thank you for your submission. The question I've got is, if we look backwards about where your technology has gone in the last 20 years, which is many more sites and quite a different type of infrastructure, is looking forward how we ensure that we protect or provide for it, because it's always, I mean, planning should be a forward-looking document, and it's rather hard to say what your infrastructure is going to look like in 20 years' time, given the rapid development. Yeah, and I'm just wondering if you can give us any enlightenment, because it's fine to say we don't want to put a tall building in front of something, but that's something maybe something quite different, and we don't want to stop some development that may, the technology may have, well, gone past its use by relatively quickly. I hope that makes sense.
Yes. Yes. So, yeah. 10 years out is probably about as far as I can probably see. There's aspirations beyond that. So there's two lots of obvious technologies. So fibre and cell towers, and the number of cell sites, so on buildings and towers, is increasing. So all three networks are expanding quite significantly. So over the next 5 years, there's probably going to be another third more sites than what we have today, basically, between the various companies. And a lot of those are urban ones, but a large number also in rural environments as well. And the reason for that is that our 5G and technology, when we get the final 5G spectrum, to enable it to go really fast. So to get the performance of the 1 to 10 plus gigabytes a second performance that was promised with it, will mean that those antennas need to be closer to the end users. So hence why more small sites, particularly in more heavily densified business areas where lots of people are living, basically. And with 6G, we're expecting to probably have to build more. The standards for that are just being developed at the moment, but the technology is expected to be on the ground around 2030. So we might start rolling it out 2030 or a few years later, as we did with the 5G networks. So it'll just mean swapping out more antennas, probably putting separate antennas for 6G and 5G at that point. There'll probably be some 4G still around as well. And then, as you know, we've got a whole lot of satellite technology happening at the moment. And so that's basically providing the opportunity for, I won't say 100%, but a large coverage footprint, so people being in quite remote areas, tramping, recreational, will be able to at least text at first and then move into voice calls and then into, streaming data. Not sure why you need to go to stream a movie when you're in the middle of Milford Sound or something like that, but I'm sure someone will justify that at some point. So beyond that, we're not sure. So the satellite and on-ground networks are complementary. Space is a long way to push radio signals and to become really effective. But we are proving that we can do lots of things that aren't necessary in the actual minds of our engineers at the moment. So with development, our big issue, and even down here, because when I walked into the Exchange building this morning, I go, how come we aren't getting cell sites in new developments and people are regularly complaining about connectivity? And that, for us, for the mobile industry, people's inability to get mobile calling wherever they are in new developments is an issue. And partly it's around developers not taking the time to talk to us early on to work out, do they need a site, and where would a reasonable site be, and then for us to work together to at least get just one site to service that and probably support the other parts of the community. So we're not necessarily saying the developer would have to pay, but we are saying it would help us to plan our networks better.
A subsequent question on that. Thank you. That's really helpful. So the two questions here. One is Elon Musk isn't going to take over the world and get rid of the need for cell sites, is what you're saying, I think. Is that right?
We don't know. It is a fast-moving environment. Global, international companies have a lot of ability to access technology that we might not be aware of today. So can't say a categoric no, but maybe governments will have a say about how we receive service and so forth.
And the only other part of that, and I thought you mentioned it, but I don't think you went back to it, was cable. Sorry, and again, that is an infrastructure and just understanding how that plays out in the future.
So the government has been kind of quite groundbreaking when it went into supporting the ultra-fast fibre project. You know, Dunedin winning Gigatown and all of that thing. So I was working for Chorus at those early stages of it. And so fibre remains a really good service, which we retail and a lot of people have. Chorus and the other fibre companies around New Zealand are really being proactive about upgrading the technology at the end of the fibre cables, because that's all you need to make it go faster and faster. They need to keep investing in the technology to deliver more speed, basically. So, as you may or may not know, Spark owns or has major shares in 3-4 international cables, and so those, our latest Southern Cross Plus cable I think it's been surpassed by another cable since then, but is one of the fastest cables in the world, basically. Takes service into the Pacific and on into America. And that technology is really important. And so the New Zealand cable companies, Chorus being the biggest, is continuing to support that. So from our point of view, having fibre in the ground into developments to the boundary provides a good option. It saves people having to come back, dig up brand new footpaths and berms and go under trees and so forth later on. So you put it in the ground when the earth's dug up. Being dug up by roads and everything else is a great time. Chorus has been having problems with that. But also some developers putting in some network, but it's not been connected into the actual national network, so it goes nowhere. So.
Thank you very much.
Well, this line of question just follows up a question I had it right at the start of the day, where we're looking at three waters and transport as the primary drivers, and I asked about telecommunications and electricity. Outside this scope of this, but would you like to see maybe in the future a more integrated relationship between telecommunication providers and city planning? Because at the moment it seems like the market is the only thing that really determines your planning.
Yes, basically. That's the core of my role and the reason I coordinate my colleagues within the businesses. But electricity in our world, and probably everyone's world, sits right at the top of the food chain at the moment. Electricity, when that goes out, we know what the consequences is. So we start to lose telecommunications networks unless there's really big backup generators, which our exchanges have, and fibre to our cell towers. Our batteries will last 12 to 24 hours currently. When that starts stopping, then people can't communicate, start to get health risks, so monitoring stuff stops, and business stops well before that. So waters, roading are all important, but they are a group, and that's how we should see it. That's been my message for the last 10 years, really. So, yeah.
Connectivity and accessibility is part of what we're having to consider here with all the infrastructure that will be required for future housing across the area. And I'm just going to talk about myself for a second here. I happen to work and live in a location, and I have dual SIMs in my phone, and I have poor coverage from the two primary providers. And that leads into the fact that Dunedin's very hilly and our flat areas are likely to flood. And is there a priority of the types of network or infrastructure that's going to be resilient going forward? You've touched on cables in the ground. I happen to live at the end of a long piece of copper that is never going to be upgraded, is my understanding. So not everyone's going to be able to afford to sign up to StarNet or some of these other providers. How are we going to address that in some of these further or outlying communities?
So while we've got the urban fibre projects by the government, there's a rural project which is becoming a mixture of fibre into small towns and smaller communities that's been funded over the last few years, and Chorus in particular has been putting more money into it recently. I'm not quite sure of where their plans are. But in the rural connectivity groups, so Spark, 2 Degrees, and One own this company called Rural Connectivity Group, that is a vehicle for a mixture of government money coming out of the telecommunications levies that are levied on us to provide for these sorts of things, to build rural cell sites that where there's no other provider coverage, basically. Single lot of antennas, all three providers use the same antennas, so quite cool. It's quite unique in the world. That program is administered through Crown Infrastructure Partners. The funding and the locations is by bids through local government or pressure through local MPs to MB and Crown Infrastructure Partners to indicate where there's need at. So that's added at last count, I think about 340 to 350 new cell sites into locations that have copper, probably weren't ever going to get fibre. It's not the game changer, but it's been significant to rural. And then for the rest of that, we just follow how our network modelling's going. So where we're picking up complaints or low performance in the network goes into our regional planning and to plan for new cell sites or upgrading that technology. So as part of the end of, so we're slowly turning off 3G, so just the voice component, which a lot of rural communities have depended on. So before you can turn it off, we have to be able to show that there's 4G available, so you can run voice over a 4G provider at quite a long distance. So that's part of that, and if you can do that, then we can probably get enough capacity into a location to support wireless broadband. And then on the digital equity thing, it's a huge issue in New Zealand. COVID showed to New Zealanders and the industry that we have a problem of families that might have one phone between them, trying to do education and that sort of thing. No sort of a pay now type scheme as you go, so monthly payments instead of a longer term, probably cheaper plan. So there's been a lot of work by the industry, Spark, working with central government around it's a new scheme for people that depend on getting access that don't have data. And so there's a ability to connect, so go somewhere that's got a computer for them to connect without any data so that they can access all the government social services that you would depend on for benefits and so forth. So that's kind of some of that, and then we're funding, we have these education programs to get particularly women from, girls from less affluent communities into technology and so forth. So that's quite a big program, plus there's been programs around providing digital devices for families to use, and so we partner with social providers to fund that. So yeah, it's a huge issue.
So I've one final question, having listened to those answers, and it's with regard to the network of cell phone towers or Wi-Fi towers. Is all of they required to work as electricity? Do they operate like a mesh network, or do they need to have fibre running to the base of them to be able to provide the bandwidth that's required for increasing sizes of communities?
The ideal is fibre, and so most of our new sites, particularly that will have 5G on them at the moment, will have fibre to them, and that, yeah, sometimes it takes longer to get the fibre than to build it because the network just hasn't got the capacity to support it. And for 4G in some more remote areas, well, the 4G, we've often used digital dishes, so your little dishes like Sky dishes, sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller, to being radio waves from one site to another, so it becomes digitally meshed. But there's also laser technology around that. Yeah. So.
Do you share your planning information with territorial authorities?
Planning, what sort of?
Got your planning teams and you're looking at, say, your coverage and other such things. Do you share that with the territorial authorities? Do they know basically what you've got?
We don't generally. We have, so we run into our confidentiality issues around where we're going to plan network. So we're prepared to go so public with it, but we don't. Well, it is a fierce competition market, so we're a bit careful with that. So yes, we're prepared to do some work with people around Like, for example, at the moment, Dunedin planners ask us about what are the connectivity needs for new areas, basically, and we have indicated roughly where and the number of sites that we would need to support it, or whether we can just support it on the existing network. We haven't got into, and I don't think we would share our pure network modelling tool for that, but
It was more a case of actually things like the Outer Peninsula here and Middle March and those areas where could you share your 4-year-old data with us?
So there's a website through infrastructure partners that shows where the coverage footprint is.
Okay.
But it's not detailed.
Sorry, there's through Crown Infrastructure Partners, the website that we put update weekly, basically, thereabouts. That shows roughly where the coverage footprint is for detailed stuff. People email me, basically. The issue with it is that it doesn't always pick up on terrain issues, and so we literally drive test it to prove that. Yep. So.
So Mr McCarrison, no further questions from me, but thank you very much for coming in. Just referring to your speaking notes at your pair of 3, you're going to be doing some further work with the staff to come up with some wording for us to consider, just to let you know we need that completed by the end of next Tuesday for it to be of any use to us.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Right, panel, it seems we don't have any further submitters at the moment, so Jenny's trying to rustle some up, so we're adjourned until we have someone coming. Hearing from Joe Gaylor from the Southern Heritage Trust. Good afternoon and welcome, and thank you very much for coming in early. We appreciate that. We've read the submission that you put in, so you don't need to read that submission out to us. You're probably pleased to know, but you are very welcome now to highlight key points for us, particularly in terms of changes to the draft FDS that you'd like to see, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. I've read through the expert report that's been put online that gives some recommendations around our submission. And I'm grateful to see some proposed changes in there, in particular with regards to adding a new strategic direction to the FDS or the draft FDS, because it's really important that we do acknowledge what I feel in this document so far is the elephant in the room. It hasn't had a lot of mention or significance attributed to it, and we're talking built heritage, compared to, say, some other aspects of Dunedin that are seen to be obviously quite important, such as cycling and climate carbon neutral policies, which incidentally heritage actually is. So it's good to see that. However, it would be really good if we could have at least the debate or the ability to discuss and further acknowledgement that there is a need for a change to the current planning rules, which unfortunately do allow the sort of fiasco that we have seen in Lower Stewart Street, which is mentioned in our submission, with the Anscombe property, the Edward Anscombe landmark, which is sitting there totally unprotected, as a number of others currently are. And this is because of the 2GP and the intensification zoning, which is residential 2, I believe, which has been allowed in that area, which leaves these houses sitting there like sitting ducks, able to be picked off at will by developers. I don't believe it's good enough just to write that off in one line, that we need further housing. There is actually an equal imperative, I believe, to preserve our economic value within our city, and our heritage is exactly that. And unfortunately, it is sitting there very much threatened at the moment by planning rules that allow unfettered development that do result, unfortunately, in the demolition of these properties, and such as the one in Lower Stewart Street, which is sitting there with absolutely no protection. And yet, ironically, strangely enough, a tree has more protection than that particular property, which has been on the landscape and is part of our Dunedin identity, and has been for nigh on a century. So we need to, I think, acknowledge that more within the document, and at least have the debate as to why we cannot remove the intensification, or at least look at upping the resources required to research those character contributing buildings such as this one, which are currently languishing off the district plan, unprotected, and also unprotected by any Heritage New Zealand rules as well. So we're not, as a trust, and as many people that have contacted us and quite often asking us, a voluntary group, what are you doing to try to protect these properties? What are you trying to do to protect the integrity of the heritage fabric of Dunedin? We are saying, well, we really can do very little with the tools at our disposal when we have what I believe is a hostile planning environment to our heritage, which incidentally can be used to further our housing needs in the city if there was the imagination and also the foresight to be able to look at those buildings and houses in that way. So in short, it's not sufficient. There are too few both regulatory and non-regulatory measures proposed that I can see that actually would give effect to that strategic direction that is now being proposed for heritage. You see a lot of measures that are being proposed for to keep Dunedin, to try to turn Dunedin into more of a carbon neutral and also a transport friendly, cycle friendly city. We see a lot of teeth in that in the documents, but very little for heritage, such as rates relief and more friendly planning rules, and also planning rules that deter demolition by neglect. And the other is obviously the huge elephant in the room is the fact the intensification area actually happens to cover our most valued and treasured area of heritage streetscapes. And I do call them landscapes because actually they cover vast areas of the city. So yeah, I feel that there could be a lot more done within this document, which is an opportunity, a strong opportunity that we have that doesn't come around very often for the city and the council to show some foresight and vision, as other cities are doing in the world with their heritage. And so, yeah, I welcome any questions, but it's just not sufficient. We need both regulatory and non-regulatory measures to protect the heritage in Dunedin. And at the moment, I'm really only seeing lip service to that, quite frankly. Thank you.
We'll see if we have questions for you.
G'day, Joe. How are you getting on?
Good, thanks.
Hey, just talking about heritage landscapes, and I'm not trying to create any animosity about the theme of your submission, but and with a reference to intensification, can those heritage landscapes be replicated in some way where appropriate?
Not really, no. Replication is not seen as authentic to heritage. In fact, it just flies in the face of heritage. It's not something that's deployed in other cities that have large amounts of heritage stock, for very good reason, because the heritage stock that is there, the only reason why we call it of cultural and significant heritage value is simply because of the social history that is connected to those buildings and to those structures. Just replicating a building just because it looks like another building, such as been done in High Street recently, is really, it defeats the purpose of having heritage precincts in the first place. And to be honest, if that is the attitude that prevails, it does show a lack of understanding of what heritage actually is.
Thank you, that's pretty clear.
Sorry. Yep.
You're seeking greater emphasis on heritage, and what would the wording look like if the provisions were to meet your aspirations?
So one only really has to look at that I would refer you to, and if the panel is so inclined, I can actually send you a link to the Auckland Unitary Authority's heritage provisions within its district plan. And they are things like having, like I said, regulatory and non-regulatory measures and tools at our disposal to encourage the retention of heritage and to discourage demolition. So we're talking about fines for demolition by neglect. We're talking about rates relief for those that do want to do something good and put their and do work to their property that is beyond the realm of what, say, for example, the Dunedin Heritage Fund could afford. So long-term incentives. And also just, I think the city needs to change its attitude towards its own heritage. You know, I was quite dismayed to find that in Auckland there is more of an understanding, a deep understanding of it, and a celebration of it. So I think the city needs to celebrate it more and incorporate it within its fabric and include it within its housing strategies far more than it currently is. So yeah, there is rules and regulations that you can refer to that other councils are doing in New Zealand, particularly creating large character contributing areas where the rules might be a little bit different to, say, an area that doesn't have so much character in it. So there's plenty of ways, there's plenty of cities that have done this. there are, numerous opportunities here for Dunedin to really lead the way. And let's face it, we've got the most to lose. We've got the biggest amount of heritage of any city in New Zealand. So sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
No, that's fine. Send that link through to us. That would be appreciated. Thanks.
I will. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. I just got one question. As you probably were aware of, because you submitted to it, in variation 2 of the district plan, there was an attempt to put some protection in for buildings built before 1920, and then in Environment Court it was ruled out of scope of the variation. And I'm looking at what we're charged to do with here, and I'm wondering if we're running into the same issue again, that we don't really have the scope to do that in this FDS. And is this really probably, would eventually at some point, would you be considering a private plan change to actually address those suburbs directly for a direct change in the district plan itself?
You know what, I would hope the council would do that. Definitely, be something that we would support. But remembering that we are a voluntary group and with limited resources, and I'm not sure has Heritage New Zealand submitted on the FDS and on this issue. So we are very much a lone voice in that as an organisation, so, and under-resourced as well. So yes, sounds like a great idea. I do note that other city councils are more proactive around the heritage in heritage towns throughout the world. Let's face it, we are part of a global village now, so we can look to other cities and say, oh, hang on, what are they doing? So yeah, I would think that maybe the council, as the steward of the city, has the ability to be able to do that, rather than sort of see brick walls.
Yes, I'm just thinking maybe at some point we could discuss, you and I afterwards, outside this process, another method by which we could go at this direction. I'd be quite happy to talk with you.
Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for your advocacy for heritage. Appreciating it, you are relied upon for these processes greatly. If I go to the staff report, and on page 25, they've suggested a new strategic direction. I had one note on that, but I just want some clarity on your submission that you're happy with that as a new strategic direction.
I am. I just think it needs to be strengthened a little bit around demolition by neglect, and discouraging inappropriate demolition of heritage properties, particularly given that we have this gap at the moment between the research that's required to identify character contributing houses on the district plan and the reality of the planning laws, which is showing us that developers can actually apply to have these beautiful homes demolished. So I do think it's headed in the right direction, but I would like to see it even stronger than that, and us to proudly say we are a heritage city, actually as part of it.
Thank you.
That is something that we all know and believe in. I feel very strongly about that.
I'm just wondering, I may be overthinking this, and I was just interested in one word in there, and I had changed it, and it was that heritage buildings are sensitively reused, contributing to Dunedin's economy and housing stock. And I'd actually put the word repurposed, because I think what you're looking at is for some non-regulatory tools which would allow possibly a wider range of uses, are you? Or I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Correct. So absolutely correct, yes. So what fits the building can be, that had been what I took out from yours, that actually reused may be narrower than repurposed. I'm not quite sure.
Yes, thank you. Repurposed is, and reused, yes, both. But repurposed is what is happening in other parts of the world, and very successfully, and not always at great cost compared to the alternative of pulling them down and starting again.
So, Ms Mailer, I'm an independent hearings commissioner based in Napier in the Hawke's Bay, and so I'm well familiar with heritage issues and the need to preserve heritage buildings before they're lost. So thank you very much for your submission. I understand where you're coming from. Following on from Councillor O'Malley's questions to you, I think this new strategic direction will be quite important in terms of future plan changes that the Council may wish to embark on. My understanding is that the FDS feeds down into those RMA planning instruments rather than the other way around. So it'll certainly be of assistance in the future to organisations such as yourself. But no further questions from me, but thank you very much for coming in, and again thanks for coming in early.
Oh no, thank you. And thank you very much. I really appreciate the hearing and your questions. They were great. Thank you very much.
So our next submitter is Christopher Pearson.
Push the microphone. He's got a USB. Can you help him get that in, please? And just talk into the microphone.
Right.
Yeah. Says he got a presentation. All right, panel. Good afternoon, Mr. Pearson. Thank you very much for coming in. Just to let you know, we've read your original submission, so you don't need to read that out to us.
I'm supposed to push this. I have some more things to say. Also, I don't know if you did read my initial. Did you read the one-page thing which I put in? This didn't seem to fit into the rather complicated website you had. So I'd actually prepared a conventional submission, and I brought it in. It just came in as a supporting document, but you may not have seen it. Oh, sorry. Oh, I just push it and then, okay. Boy, technology's, okay. I'm concerned, basically, we are concerned, this is on behalf of myself and my wife. We live in 18 Rewa Street. It's our home, it's also our workplace. I run a small tech company from there. The Moana Crescent area, our position is that we do not oppose the future intensification area, but we are concerned about it, and we'd like you to take a bit more, I think the word is granular approach, because certain parts of it, in our view, are not appropriate for the purposes that you have in mind. Mainly because of topography. So this is just the map of the area. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. The area encompasses basically a large, elevated, remarkably steep piece of property, and around the base of it, there are fairly extensive areas that are quite flat. The area we're specifically concerned about is the upper part of most of Moana Crescent and Rewa Street, and we'll see why. Now, to illustrate our point, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. One taken, the first one which is taken about halfway up Rewa Street. The second one is taken actually from our house looking out, and the third is taken from basically from Rongo Stone, looking up towards, you know where that is, at the junction of Portobello Road and Shore Street, looking up to, basically looking up at the cliff face. And that's kind of the point. This shows the Moana Crescent looking down. And the point I really want to make is that this is a very steep area. It's effectively it's not the steepest streets in New Zealand, in Dunedin. It is. It's benched into quite a steep face, and our position really is the topography really limits what you can do there. Because of the steep nature of the terrain, you just simply, the available land, buildable portion of the properties is quite limited. And in our view, this is just simply not going to support the kind of intensification you have in mind. I'm looking at it, I'm sort of amazed that they managed to develop the thing at all. You can't. The idea of building a series of townhouses there is not a start. And the other issue, of course, is the infrastructure to support an intensified area. The roads are already pretty congested. If you want to widen them, well, it's a major operation, and it'll require demolition of most of the houses along the road. The same thing basically applies to Rewa Street, and I won't show you that, but I will try to illustrate this. This is just a picture actually from our house, looking out our lounge window. You can get a sense that the section is quite steep, and also if you look at the you can see the cliff edge and the limitations that would place on any development here. Just to sort of hammer the point home, if we look at Rongo, the Rongo Rock cliff edge, you can see the cliff face. That's pretty much below our house, a little bit along. Actually, one other concern we have is the unstable nature of this this portion of the city, and I think that's been recognized by these warning signs from your council. And I'm just going to divert a little bit and just say a few things that about one of my other concerns is the stability of the cliff edge in the event of an earthquake. In the material that came with this, you said Dunedin had a very low seismic hazard. That may have been true up until quite recently. However, there's a different view has been beginning to emerge due to the work that Professor Mark Sterling's done looking at the Ekatoa Fault. The Ekatoa Fault is relatively active, and if an earthquake on the Ekatoa Fault would be very similar to the ones in Christchurch, except larger. It's a bigger fault, but it's an urban fault, and there actually was a study of that recently. And the only thing I'm pointing out here is we all know what happened in Christchurch when we had an earthquake in that situation. We had large-scale cliff collapse, a substantial number of red zone properties, especially around Sumner, and the whole thing was quite an expensive exercise from EQC. So once again, encouraging intensification in an area like this seems unwise to me, and I think so. Anyway, we'll just wrap it up. This is the conclusion. The proportion of the FIS and the flat can easily support an intensification. Our preference would be that we concentrate the FIS on the flat area and exclude the area that I've outlined in red, and that's basically the reasons I've said. That's it.
All right, thank you very much for that. So I think the area you're referring to is what in the FDS is called Area 11, a proposed future medium density residential area. The officers have recommended to us removing that Area 11 from the FDS.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
No, that's all right.
Okay, well, that's great. I congratulate you on your prescience.
We haven't, that's the recommendation from the officers, so we're yet to consider that as a panel.
Since I've banged on about this, I really think the council should consider the risk of cliff collapse in a wider scope. It's not something that we generally recognize. Christchurch actually has excluded cliff top properties from some areas, so it maybe should have been applied in general zoning. Okay, that's it.
All right, just before you go, Mr. Pearson, just see if we do have any questions for you. I presume we won't. Kate? No? Jim? No? Hawani?
No, I'm good.
No. So, thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, I better get somebody to get me off this thing.
You're going to leave.
Yeah, Miss O'Brien, is it? Yeah, just come on up.
Always forget.
Just leave it, and when somebody talks, that will automatically go off.
All right, panel, good afternoon and welcome, Ms O'Brien, CCS Disability Action. Thanks very much for coming in and coming in early. We've read the submission that you put in, so you don't need to read out the original submission to us, but you're very welcome to highlight key points for our benefit, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Thank you very much. Mr Chair and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm the Access Coordinator at CCS Disability Action, and I also coordinate our National Street Accessibility Audit Program that we run. I just really want to comment on one of the key parts about the planning document, and also perhaps some reflections around the changing environment that we're in. So the planning documents identify the need for a well-functioning urban environment, and that these include good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services and open spaces by public or active transport. We support this part of the plan, and we've really just got some brief recommendations to make. There's already a need for an accessible community, with around a quarter of our population having disability, and disability increasing with age. Now, these figures come from 2013, which is obviously a long time ago. There'll be more data from the 2018 Disability Survey soon. But the important thing about all of that is disability increases with age. So when you're planning, it's really important that you identify these people in the population, plan for them. We note that there's a changing environment and that the council's under some very tight financial constrictions, but that doesn't mean that it makes it more important, really, disability. The two things that I want to talk about in particular are accessible housing. There is a risk, I think, with intensification that people can be confined to their homes, or that the homes just aren't quite suitable. So what we recommend around that is that you identify the population over the next 20, 30 years of older people and disabled people who will need accessible housing, and then develop an incentivisation plan for builders, developers, and the council themselves with your own community housing that you're providing to plans. Basically, it's if the builder provides a certified certificate that it meets universal design standards, that then some incentive is given to them. So in some councils in New Zealand are giving a rebate on their consent fees, or also perhaps allowing builders to have a wider footprint of the house on the plan. So we think that's really important because the need's just going to grow and grow and grow. The other thing that's really important for all the community, and particularly disabled people, is transport. And when you're looking at transport, it's really important to look at the whole of the journey from when a person leaves their home. Can they find out what the bus timetable is? Can they access mobility taxi, those sorts of things? So that's going from internet access to gaining information around that, walking from their home, down the footpaths are a big deal when it comes to creating an accessible communities, and there are a lot of issues around that. A lot of people actually can't leave their homes. Then the next part of that is your bus shelters and the actual bus trip itself and the return journey. So again, it's forward planning, it's identifying the proportion of the population that will need accessible transport, looking at the areas where people are more likely to be disabled. That would be really people with a higher proportion of people of the lower income, particularly areas like South Dunedin. And then going through, and at that stage you do need to consult with disabled people to find out what the issues are, because there are always little idiosyncrasies in each area. And then doing some measuring. So we've talked about measuring the population, also doing street accessibility audits, and also looking at your plans and doing access audits around those. Those sorts of things are important, because every cent now that you spend has got to be well spent. That's a government requirement, and so we believe that in these areas that the measuring the population, auditing as you're going through, and those sorts of things are really important. I just want to make one further comment about green spaces. Green spaces are really important to the whole community, and we recommend that the council maintains all its green spaces, that you don't dispose of green spaces. I think they're essential for climate change and also for community health and well-being. I think, yeah, so sorry, I'm slightly rushed. So that's really our key thing, is that we do have an enormous population that has an access need. As the population ages, that will grow. By measuring and planning and doing things over a long period of time, you will get good value for money. And, you know, one of the other things that's the plans, one of the other goals is in the plan about Dunedin being a compact city. And it is at the moment, and that's one of its charms and one of its advantages. But we don't want a compact city with people stuck and not being able to access their local services, important things, yeah. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll see if we have any questions for you, Kate.
I just, thank you, Mary. I just want to check a couple of things. One is the people you're talking about have permanent disabilities as opposed to people who may have a temporary disability. But I mean, it's interesting in that we never think of ourselves being disabled, but there are a lot of people who have temporary disabilities as well, that the same issues may arise for them.
Yes, that's absolutely right. There are a lot of people with temporary disabilities, and issues do arise for them moving around the communities and things like that. And they can be quite expensive. So, say, for example, if you have someone that's had an injury and can't work purely because they can't get themselves to work, those sorts of things, and that's translated into the broader population. So the disability survey measures people with a disability 6 months or longer, and that's one of the parts of the New Zealand definition. It's probably an underestimate of disabled people in New Zealand for lots of reasons that you've just alluded to. People choose to self-identify as to whether or not they're disabled, and the surveys carried out, a population are identified in the sense of data who say that they're disabled, and then they're again then given a separate survey to complete. So you'll have people, perhaps older people who, over time have perhaps developed arthritis or they can't see or something like that. They won't view themselves as being disabled, so they won't tick that box. So it's probably a greater proportion of the population. In the 2018, Stats New Zealand did a survey called, they measured the inequities of disabled people, and that shows that in pretty much every indicator, disabled people are disadvantaged. They're more likely to live in unsuitable housing, not own a car, have lower incomes, do less well in the education sector for lots and lots of reasons. So there's an economic imperative for the council to make sure that that's not continued.
And the subsequent question, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I may get this wrong, but you're talking very much about the street infrastructure and access to reserves and things, rather than, or are you, and I think you've mentioned it here, so, but you're also talking about developers incentivising having houses that are accessible in big subdivisions or even buildings that allow for a proportion of people in that community to be disabled or accessible. Yep. Sorry, these things are terrible. You're going to have to push the mic every time you speak. No, that's...
Sorry.
I'm going to turn you off by turning mine on. But the other part of that is, when you're talking about disabled people, how many of them actually live alone or with only one other person, or in families? Because we often focus on them as being individuals rather than as part of a much bigger family, potentially, and that means that the design may be different again.
I can't tell you exactly how many disabled people off the top of my head live alone, but they're more likely to be people who, just from a guess, that are perhaps single, don't have many supports or things like that. When we talk about designing for disabled people, we talk about universal design, which is basically a process where you go through and make sure that an area, a bus or a house or whatever can be used by as many people as possible without any adaptations. And most other Western countries have universal design standards in their planning and legislation, etc. But New Zealand doesn't have that. So that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult, because there aren't adequate standards for councils to plan these sorts of things. Yeah.
Thanks for your submission, Mary. Just picking up on your last comment, tell me the difference between universal standards and best practice, for example, in the disability space.
Perhaps an example is the New Zealand Standard 2141, and one of the things it sets out is the guidance for mobility car park. Now it's about 2021, no, it's about 11 or 12 years, it's very old, I can't recall off the top of my head. So the design in that doesn't meet the changes that have happened over the consequent time with technology developments. A lot of people now have power chairs, which are large and heavy, therefore they require a larger van to transport and get around town. A lot of the parks just don't fit them. So people actually can't leave their homes because they can't actually get to town and get out and move around. So that's a basic standard. So our standards are very old. They're not even best practice, they're just old and outdated and unsuitable. Yeah. So that does make, I just want to say that the new mobility parks and the new sections of George Street are great. They're very easy and they're very safe, and people can actually have a bit more of a life by coming into town. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms O'Brien. I don't have any questions or clarification for you, but a question for the officers. So at paragraph 140 of your recommendation report, at the end of that you say work is also being undertaken regarding incentivising accessible housing design. So what I'd like you to consider in your end of hearing reply report to us in relation to strategic direction 4.5, the last paragraph currently reads accessible housing design is encouraged, so there are plentiful options, etc. Whether it would be appropriate after the word encouraged to have and where appropriate incentivised, or some similar such wording. So if you could come back to us in your end of hearing report on that, that would be appreciated. All right, so Brian, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you everybody.
So panel, where our last submitter is going to try and get here by 3:30. She was originally scheduled for 4 o'clock, so we're adjourned until then. Panel, we're going to reconvene the hearing, and at this stage we're hearing from Okato Health Limited. Look, thanks very much for coming in early, we do appreciate that. And thanks also for lodging your submission and the accompanying document. We've read that, so you don't need to read that out loud to us, but you're very welcome to use this time to highlight your key points for us, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you. And I think Jenny's explained to you that the microphones are a little bit tricky, so every time you want to speak to them, just push that button at the base of the microphone. When another speaker speaks, they'll cut you off, so you need to push it each time. But over to you.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Chris Pearce-Smith. I'm a senior planner at SLR Consulting. I'm not actually going to speak today. I'm just here to support Donna and Otago Health on their submission, but we have assisted them with drafting their submission. So just here to really answer any questions that could come out of this. But otherwise, yeah, Donna's really just here to talk on behalf of Otago Health. And obviously we submitted in support of the proposed changes to the Te Kaika centre and the land to the north of that, changing that to Caversham Suburban Centre. So Donna's really just going to speak to that, and yeah, we're just thankful to have a chance to get in front of the panel and show our support, so thanks for that.
Kia ora everyone, my name's Donna Matahaere Ataariki and I'm the Chair of Otago Health Limited. So we've had a long-term plan probably for the last 7 years, which we began implementing when we built the hub down there. We also own some land in the front there right on South Road, those old buildings there, so we own part of those buildings there. But what we're particularly interested in is being able to have that larger vision, which was for the Caversham area, which was quite a gentrified place years ago, but has fallen into a lot of disrepair with very little infrastructure in terms of places where people can go. So this is a broader term vision about having the Te Kaika hub, but also being able to have housing close by as well. So I'm here just to answer any questions from people.
All right, well that's crystal clear, and the written document was also very clear, so compliments on that. We'll see if we do have any questions for you, Councillor Noon.
Got to go red. Kia ora, Donna. We had a submitter this morning that was talking about health precincts or medical precincts, and having a little bit of an understanding of this site and having read the submission. If you didn't achieve the zoning change that you're seeking, what would that mean for the services currently being provided?
As part of our consents, we already will be running a van from town down to where we are as well. So we're going to have a shuttle that works that way. So that won't have an impact on that in terms of access to services, but it will have an impact on people being able to work and live in that area. So we find it difficult to find housing for our staff as well. So it's really about how do you create a large kaika within that area.
I might just add to Donna's points, just from a planning perspective, to answer your question around zoning. I guess the key positive we see is that Te Kaika is no longer suited to a residential zone. It doesn't make really any sense for that site to be zoned residential anymore, nor does it, I guess, the land between to the north of Te Kaika, that would eventually join up with the Caversham Suburban Centre. It really just enables them from an operational perspective, should they need to make any minor tweaks to the departments and the services they offer on site. It's quite restrictive currently under the residential zone. It took us a long time to get the resource consent that we got. So if we do, need to make any operational changes, whether that's changing the services provided or increasing or decreasing certain services, then it just allows that flexibility with and from my perspective, doesn't necessarily have any negatives on the the environment or the community. So that's really, I guess, we're just really seeking that clarity.
You mentioned that you're currently using a van to bring people in from outside. I had a question here, which was, what is your catchment for your client base?
So So the catchment is the whole of Dunedin and the outlying areas. So we have a total patient base, I think, of about 6,000 that we service in town. So that's already from people choose to come to that particular area because of the model we have, Hawani, and also because we're, I understand that the notion of having health hubs and everything, but we're actually there. So we're actually there. We're not seeking to be there. We are that now. And what we're doing is we're actually trying to build a village around everything that we do.
And that leaves me with the final question and the considerations when we're looking at these things is around the infrastructure to support these. And you're having to put on a van. Is that because the current public transport service doesn't provide for your client base?
Absolutely. We don't have a transport system that can get people to appointments in time. So anyone can register at any GP practice anywhere. But people choose to come to ours, and we do that because it was part of our concerns, and that's why we do it. We have no idea of what the uptake of that shuttle will be at this point because it hasn't begun. So in the meantime, people drive specifically there. So that's what I was going to say, that this is the first hapu-owned health service here, and we have put all our own money in there. We've got no money out of government for this. So this is all our own money we're spending, and it's because I have a long-term vision along with the iwi. I'm not here to make a few bucks. I live here, and as you know, my ancestors lived here 300 and 400 years ago.
And probably just declaring a conflict of interest. It happens to be the same hapu and probably the same ancestors that Donna's referring to.
So, really, to expand on your version of Te Kaika, you actually want kaika around you. You're talking about a housing that will be compatible with the services you're doing as well, so that people can live in the area.
Absolutely, and it came to me during COVID lockdown, during the pandemic, and I saw that where we have if we have communities where all the essential services that will be running through anything, if we have our villages built with these, with everything in it like they do in Austria, then, and with their primary care, is then we're actually looking at adding value to where we have to be, given the cost of living, given everything else that's changing, and just to say that we've stayed pretty steady here when we probably could have gone somewhere else.
I just want to make sure we're getting the fine lines right, and they are hard to see. And so on your submission, you've talked about there's a whole block, there's 25 College Street. But then you talk about extending into the Caversham area and appreciating its mixed use. And I just want to make sure that when we're considering it and what is allowable on those sites, what is the best and most appropriate, and to have it joined up. Because at the moment, the site towards the South Road, the back of, is that all commercial now or not? That you're... Sorry, most of it's uninhabitable. It's a lot of empty buildings. Yeah. So there's nothing there at that time. But I guess without giving too much detail, as Ngai Tahu, I'm waiting on the RFR to come through on Sarah Cohen. So I'm very interested in that in terms of making Te Kaika a much larger place with everything that people need. We have dental there, we have mental health, we have addictions, we have GP services. What we're lacking is housing for people. Perhaps this is a question for you, Chris. I'm just checking, while the site has been, I think, located in the map in the FDS, from what Donna's saying, is it sufficiently marked for that other activities around it?
So what I can say is that the FDS currently encapsulates both Te Kaika, 25 College Street, as well as the current sites across the road, which are currently zoned residential as well. As Donna was saying, that some of those are empty or they're derelict housing, and we're here to essentially support the zoning of what has been put in the FDS in its current form, and we believe that council's possibly done that because it's a critical interface between Te Kaika and the Caversham suburban centre, rather than leaving a strip of residential land between the two sites. The figure 30, I believe, is probably in the draft FDS, is probably the best image that shows that. It's quite zoomed out, but it does show the zoning change, and it is directly referenced in the draft FDS that it's the 25 College Street and the adjoining land to the north.
And that's great. No, I do understand. Sorry. Does that limit the activity if the future suburban zone would be mixed use, is what you're saying, and that provides for it? It's not
potentially, I can't speak to exactly what's going to happen in the future. I guess that's not my role, but I guess the intention is that provides the appropriate interface between Te Kaika and the Caversham Centre, so it's important land that's encapsulated within that rezoning.
Perhaps I need to ask a question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to the staff of what they envisage being in suburban, because I'm trying to work out where else that would be provided.
Well, I think the key issue is that the submitter supports the FDS is notified, and they haven't sought any further changes from us, so that's all we need to be concerned about. All right, so thank you very much for coming in. I do appreciate the time you've taken. It's also good to hear your support for the FDS as notified in terms of your interests, and we wish you well with the ongoing operation of your wellbeing hub and everything that it delivers to elements of the community that you cater to. So thank you. So that's the end of our submitters for the day. So we're going to finish with a karakia, but just before we do that, just remind the staff that you're keeping a running list of questions that panel members have posed to you, and if you're able to type that up and circulate that either at the end of this day or early tomorrow, so we can just cast our eyes over that, and if there's any gaps or omissions we can let you know as you go, rather than us trying to remember that at the end of the hearing, so that would be great. And we're going to reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m, and now Hawani, if you could close with the karakia, please.
Aroha me tātua, me te whiwhi nā taitanga e te wairua tapu, aki amenei.